Hello? If everybody could please take their seats, the program is about to begin. Thank you.
Isn't this room amazing? Just amazing. Good morning and welcome. I'm Natalie Jacobson, a longtime reporter here in Boston. And I think it's extraordinarily wonderful that we have something called a Women's History Month. That wouldn't have happened a long time ago. Just briefly, I graduated from college in the mid-'60s, the first in my family to do so. And getting anyone back then to give you even an interview for a job, much less a job, was quite rare. So back then, we women argued, hey, we're just as good as the guys, we're equal in intelligence, knowledge, ability, and now that we've been educated, also in education. Now, back then you could be a school teacher, a secretary, or a nurse. Nothing wrong with that, but if you chose something else, you had a hard time. Now, here we are today, 2016, and still in my old lifetime. We have a woman, the likely nominee of her party for President of the United States. We have 20 women senators, which is extraordinary. And we have 104 women congresswomen. How about that? I would imagine that the young women here in this audience would find it hard to relate to some of what took place in our lifetime, in your mothers' and grandmothers' lifetimes. For example, I was the only woman at WCVB in the 70s for 2 years in a journalistic capacity. The only other women were secretaries. Today, it's very different. There are two things, however, that you can relate to, you young ladies especially, who are here today, because they are your challenges to meet. The main reason that we women were denied employment back in those days was concern that when we had children, we would quit. It's illegal to so discriminate today. I had people say to me, I'm sorry, we've just never hired a woman and we're just not going to. But today, as working mothers, we know very well the challenges that we face to do it all. I have to tell you that a lot of you can relate to this. It seems like every hour is a big compromise. That's your issue too. Secondly, we women have come to a time when we dare to speak of the differences that we bring to the table as women. And I look forward to hearing from some of our panelists and how gender might bring you a different perspective and how it might affect the way you think about policy and about legislation, and how does that benefit our country. I had the privilege since the 70s of interviewing the candidates running for president as they made their way through the Granite State. They were all eager to talk to Boston reporters. After the election, they wouldn't answer the phone, but you can understand that. I also had the privilege of covering the national conventions starting in 1980 in New York City, when Senator Edward Kennedy delivered one of the greatest political speeches I have ever heard. I remember reporting the mood of that great hall as electric. He concluded his speech bowing out of the race. For all those whose cares have been our concern, the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream shall never die. Many thought if he had spoken like that during his run, he might have been the nominee. So it is my pleasure and honor to introduce the co-founder and the president of the board of directors of the Edward M. Kennedy Institute, the senator's widow and a true leader in her own right, Victoria Reggie Kennedy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Natalie, and good morning to all of you. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the United States Senate. We gather this morning to celebrate Women's History Month by bringing together some of the most impressive and accomplished women that I have ever met. But before we get started, I hope you'll join me in a moment of silence for our late First Lady, Nancy Reagan. Thank you. The mission of the Kennedy Institute is to encourage Americans to participate in our democracy, to invigorate civil discourse, and to inspire the next generation of citizens and leaders. We might just be mission accomplished after this incredible program today, as we hear from an extraordinary group of leaders, current and former United States senators, Massachusetts senators and state representatives, the president of the Boston City Council, other leading council members, and our current and former Massachusetts treasurer. Groundbreaking women journalists will moderate our panels. In the audience, we're also joined by women who share a commitment to making a difference. I must mention Barbara Lee and the outstanding work she does to nurture and encourage women in political life. And Swanee Hunt, who has dedicated herself to making sure that the vital voices of women are always heard. Therese Murray, our former Massachusetts Senate President, the first woman to hold that leadership post and a visionary leader who understood and believed in this institute from the very beginning. Terry, it's so great to have you here. And Angela Menino, the former First Lady of Boston, the woman who taught me everything I know about campaigning, who taught me how to ask people to vote for my husband. Angela, I am so happy that you are here. Thank you. Thank you. We also have additional elected officials and many others in the audience who have worked to advance the leadership of women in our society. Thank you all for your service and for being here. It's now my great honor to introduce someone who truly needs no introduction in this room. She made a powerful speech on racial justice right here just a few months ago. She's a champion for those whose voices would not otherwise be heard. She's a woman who makes history this month and every month, a leader with an unwavering dedication to our Commonwealth and to our country. Let's welcome her now, our senior senator and the first woman elected from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Senator Elizabeth Warren.
there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the very kind introduction, Vicki. Most of all, thank you for your good advice. Thank you for your friendship for so long now. You know, it is great to be at the Edward M. Kennedy Institute. Senator Kennedy had the idea for this institute because he realized there was not a single place in America dedicated to the study of the Senate. And he believed that by educating students and teachers and elected officials and the public about the Senate, that we could inspire the next generation of public leaders, men and women. And nothing epitomizes that vision more than this leadership conference today. I believe that Senator Kennedy is smiling down at us. So we owe him a great debt for being here. As the first woman elected to the Senate from Massachusetts, I'm delighted to welcome you to the Women in Leadership Conference. I have to say, I wish this conference had existed 5 years ago when I was thinking about running for office. Back then, the single most frequent piece of advice I got is don't do it. It was the plurality. It wasn't necessarily the majority, but it was the single piece because people kept saying to me, Massachusetts was not ready to elect a woman senator. Well, all I can say is they're not ready until you get out there and ask them. So that's what we did. But look, I had a lot of doubts. But trailblazers like Patty Murray and Barbara Boxer and Jean Shaheen and Barbara Mikulski told me that I could do it and told me that if I would get out there and try, they would be with me every step of the way. And I just want to say, Barbara Mikulski was good to her word. She came to Massachusetts, she got up on the stump for me, and she helped make it happen. And I am very grateful, Barbara. You were there. And now, in the Senate, women don't just have a seat at the table, we're leading the discussion. And I made a list because it's now long enough that one might accidentally forget someone, and I didn't want to do that, but I want everyone to hear this. Lisa Murkowski is now the chair of the Energy Committee. Maria Cantwell is the ranking member on the Energy Committee. Barbara Boxer, ranking member on the Environment Committee. Dianne Feinstein, ranking member on the Intelligence Committee. Patty Murray, ranking member on the Help Committee. Jean Shaheen, ranking member on the Small Business Committee. Susan Collins, chair of the Aging Committee. Claire McCaskill, ranking member on the Aging Committee. And Barbara Mikulski, ranking member on the Appropriations Committee. Now, I got to say, that's women in leadership. Women in leadership. And it's not just about individual leadership. It's about the issues that we get out and insist that our colleagues talk about. It's about paid family leave and fair scheduling. It's about student loans, minimum wage, equal pay, funding for medical research, access to health insurance, birth control, Social Security, and Medicare. When government has more women, more things get done, and more things get done for working families. Now, I have the privilege of introducing our first two speakers this morning, and I just want to make this as personal as I can, because our first two speakers this morning have taught me an enormous amount about being a senator and about being a woman in the Senate. My friend, Barbara Mikulski, is the longest-serving woman in the history of the United States Congress. Wow. Wow. She is also the very first woman elected to the Senate in her own right, and no better person could hold this title. She is the perfect combination of a tough mind and a good heart. And no one does more to lift up women's voices in and out of the Senate than Barbara Mikulski. Barbara has been an amazing mentor to every woman who's come through the Senate, and we all have our Barbara Mikulski stories, only a subset of which could be told in public. But Barbara's list of accomplishments is truly awe-inspiring. She led the fight for the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act. She was a force to be reckoned with in the negotiations over the Affordable Care Act to make sure that women's preventive health was fully covered and that women didn't get charged more for health insurance just for being women. Thank you, Barbara. We appreciate that one. And she has led the Senate in fighting for medical research. When she announced this year that she was going to retire, she said she decided how she wanted to spend the next 2 years. And her statement was, do I want to spend my time raising money, or do I want to spend my time raising hell? And she decided to raise hell. Barbara, we're grateful. Now, while Barbara taught me, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, it was Susan Collins who taught me the importance of bipartisanship and compromise. And I know I'm not always the easiest student, but that's on me, it's not on Susan. One of the Senate's most bipartisan senators, Susan has led on funding for diseases like diabetes. She's been an amazing leader in the Senate. She's reached deals to end Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and to keep our government from shutting down. Just the other week, she held a terrific hearing on common sense solutions to the opioid crisis. You know, I watch Susan every day, and I see that she does what she believes is best for the people she represents, and not for the powerful interests, not for those who can wield the most influence in Washington, but for the people she represents. And for that alone, my respect runs deep all the way down, and I try very hard to learn every day from Susan Collins. Susan also quietly works her tail off. In September, she cast her 6,000th vote in the United States Senate. Is that a stunner? She has not missed a single vote in 18 years. It's amazing. Now, I don't often agree with Mitch McConnell, but I enthusiastically agree with him when he said, I'm not sure a surgery, a tsunami, or the most wicked Maine nor'easter could stop this woman. Which I think is exactly right. They can't stop her, and we don't want them to stop her, because Susan is truly remarkable. Thank you, Susan. Thank you. So that's what this conference is about today. You know, now that I am the senior senator from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, I spend a lot of time just out and around, and I meet a lot of little girls. And I make a real point when I meet little girls to get down on their level, and to reach out and to say to them, you know, look them in the eye and say, my name is Elizabeth, and I ran for the United States Senate because that's what girls do. And then we do pinky promises. I just want to be clear this morning, that's what girls do because of women like Susan and Barbara who helped make sure that girls had a chance to do it. So thank you both very much. Thank you. Barbara?
Good morning, everybody. I'm just absolutely delighted to be here at the Edward Kennedy Institute for the United States Senate. I was here this time last year when this wonderful institution was open. It was a cold, cold day. I froze my little Snuggies off, but it was a warm-hearted day to see how one of the great icons of the Senate would be not only celebrated and commemorated, but his memory would be used as a teaching tool for the next generations. And I think he would be so happy today to see this gathering, and I'm happy to be here. If you work for me in my office, you get a little green card, and it gives you my operating principles. I'm an organizer. I like to get things done. Don't mess with me. Let's just do it. But one of the things that it always starts off with is when you go into a meeting, you have to say to yourself, what is the point and what is the objective we seek? You have to have a purpose. When you work for me, it's called the strategic use of self. How at every meeting, every conversation, you're helping move an agenda. So let me tell you the objective that I hope for today. I hope when you leave here, particularly the young people, that you come to know the Senate in a different way. That you come as you look at the functioning of politics today, where the environment has become so toxic, so very toxic, almost like a Superfund site, that you leave and you think that the United States Senate is a place where, number one, the Constitution gives them unique responsibilities, different than the House. Advice and consent, one of the most important of those. Ratification of treaties. But also by law and tradition, it is a place for conflict resolution, not conflict ferment. And then when you think about it even farther, you think, what a great place to be. Maybe I'd like to be there one day, but whatever it is, I want to be involved in the political process. I think I can make a difference, and when we work together, we could make change. That's the objective we seek at being here today, and that women make a difference. Massachusetts has given us great senators, John Kerry, and of course, the legendary Ted Kennedy. We now have Ed Markey there, who I'd served with in the House of Representatives. And then, of course, our very own Elizabeth Warren, who is really a groundbreaker, game changer. You know the rest. And we're delighted to see you, and thank you for those warm introductions. And then, of course, there's Vicki Kennedy, whose very determination really took what was a dream and turned this institution into what it is today. A leader in her own right, a champion for civil rights, a family who stood up as we commemorate so many anniversaries, whose family stood up when it wasn't not only easy, and not only was it, it was not easy, not only was it hard, but it was actually dangerous. And she saw her father, a judge in Louisiana, even risk his life so that people would have her opportunity, and has devoted her life to make sure no one's left out or left behind, whether it's in the law books or whether it's in law firms. So Vicki, we're glad to see you, and thank you for what you're doing. And I'm delighted to be here with my colleague, Senator Sue Collins, the senior Republican in the United States Senate. She's a close friend, a dedicated public servant, and a powerful ally. She is really something. And she's going to speak today in her own right, and you'll see our interaction. But Sue and I have known each other for a long time. She'll tell you when we first met, when she came to the Senate, and I ran one of my power workshops, and boy, did she learn lessons. This is someone who right now, chairing the Aging Committee in the United States Senate, teaming up with Senator Claire McCaskill. And if you look at them, they're very different in personality. They're very different sometimes in their voting records, but they're not different in protecting the seniors of the United States of America, and most recently, Senator Collins and Senator McCaskill published a booklet. Thank God for desktop publishing. If we had to go through congressional publication, we'd be on 12 more amendments to the Constitution. But I keep calling her Sue, Senator Collins and McCaskill have published this book, and I go to collins.gov, you'll tell them, Senator Collins, but on 10 ways that seniors are being scammed, from the IRS fraud where you get a call that says, if you don't, this is the IRS calling, and if you're being sued by IRS, just give us your social security number, your credit card number, and your PIN number, and you'll be okay. 10 scams. She wants to get rid of the scum. She's doing it. She's doing it with Claire. They're doing it together. American seniors are going to be safer because of Collins and Michalski and their groundbreaking work in making sure that we not only have laws, but you have news that you can use in your own communities to protect yourself. That's what we women do. We work on the macro issues and we work on the macaroni and cheese issues to make sure we solve the big problems, but it goes to tools that people can use in the local community. Now, when I came to the United States Senate a really long time ago, they just finished building the pyramids, Mount Rushmore, and so on. But when I came to the United States Senate, there was only one other woman, and that was Senator Nancy Kassebaum of Kansas, from a legendary political family, a very esteemed person, and she welcomed me. You know what was so great about Senator Kassebaum? She did not judge me. And I make this as a lesson to take away. She did not judge me. Here comes Barb Mikulski from Baltimore, a congresswoman, a city councilwoman, got into politics fighting a highway, a little unpolished, a little unvarnished, a little scrappy, very feisty, and extremely mouthy. And I'm in this very starchy institution, Senator Kassebaum, but very proper person, did not judge me. And she met me and said, how can we work together? And we had conversations. And I worked with her and worked with Senator Kennedy on then the Health Education Committee. I watched those two wonderful people work on the Kennedy-Kassebaum health legislation, which was a down payment that took us to Obamacare. And we worked together. We disagreed. I liked earmarks. She didn't. We did this, she didn't, but we stood together on so many things. And you know the way the story ends? She leaves the Senate, she retires, but she meets Howard Baker, another former senator, and guess what? They get married. Ted and I go to the funeral, the only two other senators invited. Nancy and Howard dance. They dance with their families. Howard comes over to me. Nancy goes over to Ted. We went out on the floor, and Vicki, this was maybe pre-you, we did the bipartisan boogie through the night. So that's what we did, and I learned from them the zone of civility. In 1992, there was only two of us until 1992, after the Anita Hill debacle, women came to the Senate. And I was determined that I would take and pass lessons on to what I had learned. And we welcomed them, and we were working together. And there was a senator from Texas, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson. Kay Bailey Hutchinson had a great career in Texas politics, had come to the Senate, and I got a call from her office saying she wanted to work with me on spousal IRAs. Back in those days, if you made a contribution to your IRA account, women could only make, if you were a full-time homemaker or worked at home, you could only give $500. But if you worked in the marketplace, you could give $2,000. Kay wanted to change it, and it's your own money. She said you should be able to give $2,000. So my staff said, you know, Hutchinson's calling you. She wants to work together with you. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. What do you want to do that for? You know she's a conservative Republican from Texas. So, well, let's hear the idea. In the meantime, Senator Hutchinson's staff said, "Why are you calling of anybody Barbara Mikulski? You know how liberal she is," and on and on and on. But we got together. We found that we liked working together. And then we went out and had dinner just to talk our legislation over. And we had such a good time. We said, how about including others? And in 1994, the legendary dinners of women of the Senate getting together once a month began. So now, for over 22 years, on a regular basis, the women of the Senate get together. And we get together once a month to talk things over. We have 3 rules: no memos, no staff, no leaks. What happens at the dinner stays at the dinner, and there we are. And out of that has come a desire to have a zone of civility, that even when we disagree, that we don't do it in a way that demonizes, dehumanizes, disrupts the institution, that our debate will have intellectual rigor, we'll duke it out, but when the day is over, the day will be over. That has stood the test of time. The other thing we decided is we won't be a caucus. We're not doctrinaire. We aren't going to disagree on big matters, from choice to drilling in the Arctic. You know, Barbara Boxer is pure green. She doesn't want to drill anywhere, even in a dental chair. And then there's Lisa Murkowski, and then it was others who wanted to drill in the Arctic. That's okay, because what we agreed was we would disagree without being disagreeable, nor would we disrupt the institution. We would be game changers, but we would follow the processes. And guess what? It has worked. We have worked over the years where we have been a force, particularly in the area of women's health, particularly in the area of military sexual assault, particularly in terms of economic empowerment for women. We have disagreed on means, but we've always agreed on goals. When I was moving the Lilly Ledbetter legislation, the very first piece of legislation in the Barack Obama administration, Senator Kennedy was quite ill at the time, was the chair of the committee, and he asked me to take it up and to take it on, and I was ready. My shoulders were squared, my lipstick was on, and off we were running. But at the same time, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson had different ideas. We wanted to accomplish the goal. She offered 9 amendments on the Senate floor. We discussed it, we debated it, we argued it, we whatever. People said it was one of the most instructive debates they had heard on the economic situation of being a woman in the workplace. And when it was over, I liked it because I won. But you know what? America won. American women won. We really passed that legislation. And I will give other examples in the talk, but I wanted to show how when we work together, we do try to get things done. So I hope today you see what the lessons are. Don't judge. Try to have a zone of civility. Let's have also be a force where we can find some things we agree on, let's do it. And where we disagree, let's move a process forward where we can solve those problems. And one last story before I conclude. In 2014, Senator Ted Cruz led a government shutdown. This is not about him today. It's about Sue Collins and Amy Klobuchar. We were in a deadlock. We were in a gridlock. We were stuck. Government agencies weren't being paid. Researchers at NIH weren't getting their money. Border Patrol agents and all that. I was sitting on the Senate floor then as the chair of the Appropriations Committee, wondering how we could break this logjam. And then I hear this voice over to my right on the side where the Republican seat. 2 rows back stood once again a voice from Maine, very much in the spirit of Margaret Chase Smith. Senator Sue Collins stood up. She said, we've got to change this. She had 3 great ideas that she was putting forth. And as I looked over to the other side of the chamber, up stood Senator Amy Klobuchar, stood up and said, I agree with Collins. We have to end the gridlock, deadlock. Here are our 3 ideas. Now, I chaired the Appropriations Committee. Their ideas were good, but it didn't matter that I agreed with the idea. I agreed that they were on something. They were about to change the tone. So I stood up and said, I support Collins Klobuchar in their effort to end the gridlock. They put together a tremendous coalition of other senators. It became a voting bloc where the leaders had to listen. Can you imagine leaders actually listening? And it was the Collins, led by Collins, supported by Klobuchar, the rest of us, that changed the tone that then changed the tide. If she had not stood up and then been supported by Klobuchar, who knows where we would have gone for how long. That's what we women do. Change the tone, change the tide, change history. That's what we're all about. Thank you, and God bless.
Good morning. Talk about a hard act to follow. First, let me thank Senator Warren for her extremely gracious introduction. It won't surprise you to know that she is a real tiger, a real force in Washington, D.C., representing the citizens of the Commonwealth. I also want to thank Vicki Kennedy for inviting me to join you today. I have a feeling I may be the token Republican here, but hey, I can handle it. This is truly a wonderful way to commemorate Women's History Month, and how marvelous it is to be in this extraordinary replica of the room in which we work and in which Senator Ted Kennedy served so well. So Barbara Mikulski is the Dean of the Women's Senate. When I was first elected to the Senate in 1996, here I was, a freshman from the state of Maine, a Republican, a person who did not know Barbara at all. And yet she was one of the first senators to call me up after I'd been elected and to invite me, along with the other freshman woman senator, Mary Landrieu from Louisiana, to her power workshop. Well, I had no idea what a power workshop was, but it certainly sounded good to me. We went over, we went over to Barbara's office, and she taught us the appropriations process. Well, imagine being a brand new senator and having the master of the Appropriations Committee, or maybe I should say the mistress of the Appropriations Committee, teach you how to be effective. And after sizing me up for a few months, Senator Mikulski came to me and said, you know, you have the heart of an appropriator. Get on the committee as soon as you can. And I followed her advice. So there's something very special to have the Dean of the Senate Women here in this room and to hear her talk about the lion of the Senate. It's like having a front row seat to history. I had the honor of serving with Ted Kennedy for 12 years, and we worked together on many issues, ranging from increasing Pell Grants for our neediest students to passing the Children's Health Insurance Program to strengthening our Navy. Ted was a partner who always sought solutions, and with Ted, the debate was never personal. After you would debate him vigorously on the Senate floor, he would walk over to the other side of the aisle, clap you on the back, and say, "How did I do?" But what I liked most about Ted was his love of his family and his interest in ours. I will never forget his taking me on a special tour of his Capitol hideaway. Around the room, he had framed pictures of his family and other treasured mementos. And I really knew I had made it when I was invited to tour Ted's secret hideaway in the Capitol. Another time, we talked about our mothers, and Ted told me that he had an out-of-print book written by his mother that he wanted to give my mother. So he asked me what my mother's full name was so that he could sign it to her. And I told him, it's Patricia Rosaline McGuigan Collins. Well, he just roared because you can imagine how he loved my mother's Irish heritage. He signed the book, and it was such a special moment for me and for my mother. Well, it's very tempting to continue with many more of my treasured memories about Ted, but I realize that is not why we are here today. And I'm looking forward to hear my colleagues talk about their journeys to leadership. I'd like to tell you a little bit about mine. First, I was blessed with great roles in public service. Both my mother and my father served as mayor of my hometown of Caribou, Maine. My father served in the state senate, and my mother was the chair of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees, a very big job. They taught me early on that you had no right to complain if you weren't willing to be involved. In Washington, the legendary trailblazer Margaret Chase Smith was senator the entire time that I was growing up. Although I did not realize it at the time, a meeting that I had with her when I was a senior in high school was in many ways the first step in my journey to the United States Senate. And today I sit at Senator Smith's desk on the Senate floor. Now, my journey to the United States Senate was not an easy one. In 1994, I decided to run for governor of Maine, even though my last elected office was president of the student council at Caribou High School. Although any political pundit would note that I did not have the money or the name ID to run for public office, I felt that my experience as a cabinet member in Maine, as head of the SBA for New England, and my 12 years working for another great role model, Bill Cohen, had prepared me and that I could make a difference. I won a grueling 8-way Republican primary to become the first woman nominated by a major political party to run for governor of Maine. Then came the general election, and I lost. In fact, I got clobbered, actually. I finished third in a 4th-way race. I will forever be grateful to the Green Party candidate who ran and prevented me from finishing dead last. By the way, the winner of that race was my colleague in the Senate, Angus King. Now, there's an important lesson here for all of us, and that is your opponent one day can be your close ally the next. And Angus is definitely that for me. After the 1994 campaign, I was exhausted, I was broke, I was uninsured, and I was unemployed. I was at the humiliating point where I was going to have to ask my parents to borrow some money to pay my mortgage. Fortunately, I was offered a job at Hudson University in Bangor almost immediately. And I had learned so much from the experience of running for office. I met wonderful people all over the state. I increased my knowledge of issues and of the state, and I had conducted my campaign with integrity. Now, not all of the lessons that you learn when you run for public office are pleasant ones. And I will have to say that one that surprised me at the time was learning that women were held to different standards than men were. I remember, and you see this with Hillary Clinton all the time, that there were constantly reporters who wrote about what I wore rather than what I said. I found that women faced barriers that their male counterparts do not. Why this came as a shock to me is a whole nother question. But perhaps it's because I had such a strong mother. One incident at a campaign event in 1994 really summed it all up. A young banker came up to me and he said, "You know, Susan, I agree with you on all of the important issues, but I just can't imagine a woman running the state of Maine." And I was so shocked that he thought that, but I was even more shocked that he said it, and that he said it to me. It really was extraordinary. Well, after I went to work for Hudson for about 14 months, a job that I truly enjoyed, the unexpected happened. In 1996, then Senator Bill Cohen announced that he would not seek re-election. My phone instantly began ringing off the hook, and not just from family and friends, but from people I had met on the campaign trail in 1994. I'll never forget a call from an older woman in Lewiston. She called me up, told me that she hadn't voted for me in 1994, but that I'd been such a gracious loser that she wanted to vote for me and hoped that I would win. Now, part of me said that I just couldn't do it. I couldn't take the risk again. I couldn't afford it. I just couldn't go through a hard campaign with no idea how it would come out. I couldn't take the risk of losing again. But another part of me said, I don't want, at age 85, to be sitting in my rocking chair and saying, oh, if only I'd taken the risk, if only I'd believed in myself. Well, fortunately, that part of me won the debate, and in 1996, I was the one who celebrated on election night as the voters handed me a narrow victory. And since then, I've been reelected 3 times, each time with greater margins. And in 2014, I was reelected with 68.4% of the vote. I also learned on the campaign trail how important role models are. I'll never forget in my 2008 election, the 8-year-old daughter of my chief of staff, who had grown up only knowing Olympia Snowe and myself as senators, asking her father, "Can boys grow up to be senators?" Now, since that first win, I've attempted to recruit many other women to run for public office. And time and again, I see smart, accomplished women saying that they're just not quite ready. And Lynn Martin, a former Congresswoman and Secretary of Labor, describes the self-doubt that so many women have this way. A woman thinks that she needs a PhD in economics to discuss trade policy. A man merely thinks he needs to sell Hondas. And I think there's actually a real element of truth in that, and that we women need to have more confidence in ourselves. We are ready. The women in the Senate today span the ideological spectrum. And just like men, we have different views on different issues, and nothing offends me more than when people think that we all have the same views, care about the same issues, and think alike. But although it is dangerous to generalize, I believe that our life experiences tend to produce a more collaborative, pragmatic, and problem-solving approach. And that was demonstrated, as Senator Mikulski said, when the women of the Senate led the way to ending the disastrous 2013 shutdown. Thanks to Senator Mikulski, we share a special bond that is forged by similar experiences as women in public life and are coming together for our legendary dinners. By the way, after one of our dinners, I was riding on the subway over for a vote, and one of the senior males in the Senate said to me, "I hear that you women got together again last night." And then he said to me with a look of utter puzzlement on his face, "What do you talk about?" And I smiled sweetly, and I told him we were planning the coup. And I kind of like where Barbara and I are sitting today, don't you think, in the two leaders' desk. But the fact is, achieving leadership positions, regardless of whether it's in politics or in any other field, does not require a coup, but rather a commitment. So I thank you all for coming together today to reaffirm our commitment to encourage and to support the next generation of women leaders. Thank you so much.
I have said since I was a young girl, if women ruled the world, we would have a lot more peace and get a lot more done. We are problem solvers, and our recent speakers all prove that beyond measure. Thank you very much. Senator Warren, do you need to leave? And if you do, we want to say a big thank you to you for being here and taking the time. We begin now with our first panel, so please welcome back and take your seats here, if you will, Senator Barbara Mikulski, Senator Collins. Also, I'd like to introduce you to Senator Mazie Hirono of Hawaii, the first woman senator from the Aloha State. Senator Blanche Lincoln of Arkansas, the youngest woman elected to the Senate at the age of 38. And moderating this panel is my friend and colleague, Allison King, who is an experienced, rightfully honored political reporter at NECN. She has reported on 6 presidential races, including this one, and a wide range of political stories here in our state. Allison King.
Okay, am I on here? Yes. First of all, thank you so much, Mrs. Kennedy, for having me here. This is such an honor to be sitting on this little stage here with these women. I wish my 11-year-old daughter were here and not in school today so she could see these women in action. Just a minute about being in this building and in this room. I covered Senator Kennedy pretty extensively, I'd say for the last 15 years of his life, and I even did a documentary with him, I want to say a few years before he passed. And one part of the documentary was that I spent an entire day with him. So I started before breakfast and we went through the end of the entire day. And it was really remarkable to see him in action. Of course, I knew a lot about him and read a lot about him, but to see him in his element, in the Senate, in his environment. And, I was kind of determined to find a Republican to kind of, say some really nasty things about him, because that'd be good for the story. And I talked to a bunch of senators. I remember talking to Senator Enzi, Senator Hatch, and all these Republicans, and everyone, while they might have wildly disagreed with some of his positions, loved the guy. It was just, and it was very clear to me, how his ability to reach across the aisle was just remarkable in terms of creating friendships, as you described, Senator Collins. But anyway, I also was exhausted at the end of that day, and he was like still going 100 miles an hour, which was really annoying. But anyhow, I also wonder a lot what Senator Kennedy would have to say. I often think, gee, I wonder what Senator Kennedy would be thinking of this particular issue, or what he might say, because he was always so out there with his thoughts. And I wonder what he would be thinking of this presidential election, but we'll get to that in a little while. So it's an honor to be a part of this forum, especially to be on stage with all of you, of course. And these are all trailblazers. I Googled all of them and read about them. They've all had pretty big disappointments and defeats in their, certainly starting out, and came back and became sort of trailblazers and going on to break barriers. So I find that really inspiring. So. Anyway, let's just jump in with this. This panel is called 20 and Counting. So let's start with that. 20 senators in the United States Senate right now. Now, you only have to go back to the 70s to remember that there were no women in the Senate. When I grew up, when I was in middle school and in high school, there were no role models in the Senate. I want to start out maybe with Senator Mikulski to just say, how are we doing? We're now up to 20. Good, bad, where are we?
Well, I think, first of all, we're doing better. When I came to the United States Senate, as I said, there was only Senator Nancy Kassebaum and me. I was the first Democratic woman elected in her own right. That meant that some poor guy didn't die so I could get the job. There had been previous Democratic women. Muriel Humphrey, for example, succeeded Hubert. But though I was the first, I wanted to be the first of many. And that meant really recruitment, going around to people who were potential candidates to really be able to speak up and encourage people to run for the Senate. Women were running for state rep, for city council where I got stuck, but they were hesitant to run statewide. Why? First, the money chase. It's a lot, it takes a lot. And they said, can I raise the money? Then second, an issue that Senator Collins raised, am I qualified? No man asked if he's qualified. They don't. They just think that whatever they've done is prologue to being a senator. And I believe that the way we get more women into the United States Senate is start with grassroots. You need to be involved in high school. You need to be involved in college, even in community efforts. Volunteer in campaigns. See what it's like. And then pick a race where you can win based on state equity. Sweat equity. Where grassroots, knocking on doors do it, and it's the path to getting to the Senate. But start at the grassroots, make a difference at the grassroots, and then those grassroots grow up to help you become elected in the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Mikulski. I want to also say, all of you, this is a discussion, so please feel free to jump in. And, another question that I'll ask maybe Senator Hirono down there, we haven't heard from you yet. Is there a correct number of women that should be in the Senate? Are you looking for, is there a bar to reach?
I say the sky's the limit. We've had maybe 45 women elected in their own right to the United States Senate in the entire history of our country, and 20 of us are serving now, so you can see that women being elected to the U.S. Senate is a relatively recent development. And so we are doing better. I had the opportunity to say hello to Senator Paul Sarbanes just a couple of nights ago because his son, John Sarbanes, and I had gotten elected to the U.S. House in the same year. And Paul Sarbanes said that, that book, Nine and Counting, back then when he was in the Senate, he said he was talking with a group of the women who were in the Senate at that time, far fewer than now. And he said he asked that group of women, when are you going to stop? And he asked me, are you going to stop at 50? And I said, why stop there? It never stopped the guys. So that's what we need to do. And you know what? I don't want to keep going on and on, but we all have very different backgrounds. We all have stories to tell. And mine is, as an immigrant, my mother brought me to this country to create a better life for us. And she showed me through her example of courage running away from an abusive husband, my father, who I never got to know, that one person can make a difference. And she showed me that. But with the women in the Senate, I get to work with some extraordinary people to truly move the ball.
Senator Lincoln, why is it so difficult for women to be elected? What, in your experience, what are the biggest hurdles?
Well, I think, everyone's talked, and certainly Senator Mikulski's mentioned money, resources. It's tough. When I first ran for the U.S. House in 1991, first of all, no one expected a single young woman to jump into that race, particularly in an old boy network in the eastern half of Arkansas. So raising money was impossible. Luckily, my uncle had been the mayor, and he told me, he said, you've got to raise the money. He said, and you have to save 95 cents out of every dollar you raise to spend in the last 3 weeks, which I thought, that's impossible, but he was absolutely right. There's a lot of money that you can waste on things, but you have to be focused on what it is you want to do. I think many of us felt very compelled to run, but I would just tell you that a lot of people, and I know probably many of my colleagues here on the dais, people have asked them to run. No one ever asked me to run, ever. And don't wait. Don't wait on people to ask you to run, because particularly in the South, it didn't happen. And, I had 4-way primaries, I had runoffs. I never ran unopposed. But you cannot wait for people to ask you, because they just simply aren't gonna in many instances. And I think that's really important. So having the courage and the idea that you really can make a difference, and there's things that you can do that can change the world. And there are. Every one of you's got something in you that can change this world. And it doesn't have to be running for the Senate. You could just be running for, party director, or working in the polls, or running in state offices, or anywhere you can make a difference. I just was raised as Maisie was, by some very strong women who said the sky's the limit. So, you know, do whatever you want, and, you know, don't look back. And that's what you have to do. I think that's really critical. But the money can still be an issue.
Just add one point on why it matters that we're now up to 20 women in the Senate. I was part of that group that authored the book 9 and Counting. Back in those days, we did not have enough women to have a woman on every committee in the Senate. That matters. Now there is a woman on every committee, and as Natalie said earlier, there are women leading those committees, and that does make a difference.
Senator, you talked about being held to a different standard. You're talking about what you wear. Are you still feeling that in 2016?
I'll tell you what I think happens in the Senate, and I don't know whether my colleagues will agree or not. When women are elected to the Senate, I believe that they still have to prove that they belong there. Once they get through some initial test, then they're accepted and they're a member of the club. Men don't face that barrier. It is assumed if a male is elected to the Senate that he belongs there. And I hate to say it, but I think that testing period for women still exists today.
I'd just like to comment on that because I think you're right that there still is that test. And I don't mind taking tests. I'll just tell you, when I first ran, I was told not to wear pants. I went to a National Women's Political Caucus, used to train, and I went to the training session in 1991. And the only thing they told me was to bring a spare pair of pantyhose, lipstick, and a fresh blouse. That was it. That was the coaching. And it was interesting because I wasn't prepared for that. And I went out on the campaign trail in Arkansas, and I got to tell you, pants were not allowed. To be taken seriously, I had to have on a woman's suit. And you know what? I didn't care. If that was the test, that was the test. And then I find myself in a debate where the men were running the debate, and they decided it was cool to sit on stools. And I called about 2 weeks ahead and said, you know, I'm going to be wearing a suit, and I don't want to sit on a stool because I'll be up above and the audience is down there. And do you know they made me stand through that entire debate next to my stool? And I said, well, you know what? Knock yourself out. That's what if that's how you want to do this. And then somebody said, well, why are you standing? And I said, because I requested not to use stools, but they insisted that we do. And I don't think it's inappropriate for me as a woman to sit on this stool. There are ways, I mean, you take those tests and you knock them out of the park. And that's what does it.
There is a real difference when a woman runs for the chief executive office of a state or, in Hillary's case, for the country. And Susan and I know this because I was the first Democratic nominee to be running for governor of the state of Hawaii. When you're running for the CEO position, different attitudes come out that I never faced, even when I was running for the U.S. Senate. Those attitudes really are summed up when Susan said, I just can't imagine a woman being the governor of the state of Hawaii, or I can't imagine a woman running the country. Those attitudes exist, friends. And Swanee and Barbara, you know through your research that there's a real difference in running for the chief executive office of a company, or, well, you don't run for that, but in elected office.
Okay, great. Moving on to another topic, the approval ratings for Congress are at their lowest point ever, I believe. And most people perceive that really nothing is getting done in the Congress, that there's no bipartisanship. You know, how accurate do you feel that assessment is, and what is really going on? Well, I'd leave it to anyone there. Senator Mikulski or Senator Lincoln?
I'll just make a comment, and it goes back to the last question. You know, I think all of these women here are doing their level best to be bipartisan and to work together. But I think one of the things that we are losing in the Senate is the decorum. And decorum creates respect. So I felt pretty strongly about taking that test, but you learn things from tests too. And one of the things that I learned was that you had to have an appearance, and you did need to have a self-confidence that came with some of that appearance. And so when you go into the Senate, there are rules about what we can wear and how you're supposed to behave. They only serve water and milk. That was, I think, started when the milk lobby was pretty heavy. But we discovered, during the impeachment trial, we discovered that because you couldn't leave your desk. But coming to work looking nice, being respectable, I learned it because I had 2-year-old twins when I came to the Senate. And, you know, on a Friday we didn't have votes. I went and took them I volunteered as a chaperone for a field trip. And then they called a vote, and I ran in, and I had to borrow one of the doorkeeper's jackets because you had to have a coat, and I had on tennis shoes, which are not allowed. And so I got reprimanded. I made my vote and I left, and I thought about it, and I didn't get angry. I thought, you know, it is true. Decorum is something about being respectful of others, but also being respectful of yourself. Coming to work looking as if you are confident and that you are prepared and ready to do the job. And I think that some of that we're losing is that just simple decorum that creates respect. I don't know, you ladies may have a different, but please.
Well, decorum does make a difference, and we see it now in the presidential debate, and we also see it in what began to happen in the congressional floor. But I think we're at a disapproval rating for 2 reasons. Number 1, people feel that we don't listen. Then number 2, that we're too busy spending time listening to ourselves than listening to the people. The second is gridlock and deadlock, where the very rules of this institution, the Senate, that was used to protect a minority viewpoint, it's now been used for obstructionism. Now, let's go to Elizabeth Warren for a minute. So Elizabeth, as you know, is a champion for consumer protection. You know that she was nominated to be the head of consumer protection. You also know that she was stymied in that and could not get a vote to be confirmed. Well, you know that process, but I remember when I saw the end of her ability to be head of the Consumer Protection Agency, there was a group of us. I called her and said, don't get mad, get elected. Don't get mad, get elected. And I will use that because there are a lot of very good people whose names are not being put forth that the president has nominated. What is now happening with the Supreme Court is there. And it's really where the rules are being used to stop things moving ahead. Our greatest successes have occurred when the process worked, where we actually, because the institution has ways for conflict resolution. We talked about where we don't always agree. The debates, 9 amendments on Lilly Ledbetter. We debated them, and then we voted on them, and then majority ruled, not 60 votes, but the majority. We need to get back to what we call the regular order. Now, much is made about when women are in charge, and they ought to. Now, yes, the Republicans are in charge. I just gave an example about what's happening with the Aging Committee. It's running very, very well. But back when we were in charge, and it's not that, I chaired Barbara Boxer chaired the Environment and Public Works Committee. She teamed up with Senator Inhofe, a very, very, very conservative Republican who doesn't believe in climate change. But yet they were able to produce legislation where women were in charge, working with the men. We were able to move legislation. You know why? Civility. We actually went to the home states of our male counterparts. I have an appropriation, Senator Shelby of Alabama. I went to Alabama to see the issues he was involved with so that I would know. I listened to the people of Alabama so I could listen to him. We found a way that if you disagree on 15 things, but you agree on 5, start with the 5 and get them done.
Absolutely.
Then maybe you can get to 10, and pretty soon you work this out. We must be willing to get to know each other as people. This has been the most important thing about the dinners. We've gotten to know each other as people. They say, what do you talk about? We talk about everything from issues to what to do to carry the new technology. I don't know about you. I don't want to carry an iPhone around my belt and my hips. If there's one thing I don't want in life is to add to my hips. I don't want to. Okay? So we talk about the practical things and so on. But one is getting to know each other as people and not demonizing and not destroying. And this is what I think is really one of the most important. And I think if we got back to it, and I have to go to the media. I love the media, I love the First Amendment, I love all that. But now the more outrageous you are, the more you are rewarded. The more outrageous you are, the more you are rewarded to be on TV or to be on radio. And they don't put sensible comments, rational arguments, civilly disputed ideas. The more outrageous you are, the more likely you are to get attention. And I think that destroys it, and it destroys the moderates, and without the moderates, the center cannot hold.
I want to add to what Barbara just said. A real phenomenon that is contributing to the low ratings of Congress is that people within the body are denigrating the institution. I cannot imagine Ted Kennedy denigrating the Senate, which he so loved. Well, if you hear over and over again from this group of people in the Senate that we're, quote, not doing anything, that everybody's corrupt, that everybody's on the take, after a while, that repeated and magnified many times by social media and by television shows that have a certain ideological bent, starts to influence public perception. When in fact, last year was an extraordinarily productive year, but nobody knows that. We rewrote in a bipartisan way, due to Patty Murray and Lamar Alexander, the No Child Left Behind Act, the Major Education Act. We passed a 5-year highway bill for the first time in many years. We passed a budget for the first time in many years. We passed provisions that are absolutely essential to small businesses, tax incentives to help them invest and create more jobs. We increased biomedical research by $2 billion, the largest increase since 2004. How many people here know that? I bet no one, or virtually no one, knows that. And it's because that story is being blocked by this veil of negativism, and also by people within the institution trashing the institution. So I think that is
It's almost 15 years, too, since we've done ESEA.
exactly.
Is
got
the
it done last
gridlock
year.
not as bad as people say it is?
That is my belief. If you look at the major legislation passed last year, a lot of major bills made it all the way through. The president signed them, but you don't hear about them. And each one of them was bipartisan. Each one of them represented Democrats and Republicans coming together to increase NIH's budget by $2 billion, to rewrite the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. That's just lost in this very negative environment that we're in.
And we're about to pass a pretty important energy bill that took two women, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska and Maria Cantwell, ranking member of Washington State. And we haven't had a major energy bill since 2007 or thereabouts. I'm totally convinced that when women are chairing the committees, we get things done. And it's been said a couple of times by a number of people this morning that women are problem solvers. I think that says a lot in terms of our frame of reference, our orientation. We want to get things done. There's not a lot of testosterone that we, that's not what drives us. And I think too often, that level of discourse that we see too often in the Senate is what gets the news. But the hard work of getting things done have often been done by the women of the Senate. And the two women we have here are prime examples.
Oh, you do? Okay.
If you could excuse me.
Okay, absolutely. Senator Collins needs to catch a plane and unfortunately has to leave us now. But
Thank you very much.
thank you so much for being here. It was wonderful hearing from you.
In the real Senate, that's right.
So I know we're going to want to go into a Q&A portion at some point, but I do want to touch on the presidential race. I mean, everyone seems to be, whether they're political or not, seems to be talking about the presidential race. And many people are very, very concerned, the people I speak with every day on the campaign trails and whatnot, about who our next president is going to be. And I'm curious to know how concerned you all are about who our next president is going to be. And I'm going to let anyone jump in. And maybe I'll even ask Senator Mikulski to start this one off.
But why don't we start and go down this way?
Okay, all right, we'll start down. Senator Hirono?
Go ahead, Macy.
Well, of course I'm concerned about a presidential election where a candidate can say that no Muslim should be able to come into our country, or who speaks in a way that I think really speaks to the fears and people are afraid in this country, and any race that really speaks to that as opposed to let's move our country forward, it's a concern. And I think the level of discourse on the side of, I will say this, on the Republican side is really distressing. And yet, it's not as though this happened by chance. It's been developing to the point where a major candidate can stand up and say those things. And the other thing is that on our side, if Hillary Clinton had the kind of resume that Marco Rubio has, no offense, she wouldn't even be deemed, I think, having the kind of experience that we need. And she certainly couldn't be talking the way that Donald Trump has been talking about, let's build a wall because, hey, the Chinese did it. It's just amazing. And however, this is, as far as I'm concerned, a rather bizarre election that we've come to this pass as a country, and we are divided in that way, and it's not a good thing. So I think that we ought to continue to talk about how important it is that we have a level of civility, that we talk about issues, that we talk about the true concerns of the people of this country.
Senator Lincoln?
Yeah, I think it's a lot to what both Barbara and Sue have talked about already, and that is expectations. The electorate, the expectation now is that it's a reality TV show. It's not talking about the issues necessarily. It's who can outscream the other person, or what happens in those reality TV shows. So, and I think that that's why people miss the good things that the United States Senate has been doing, and the Congress as well. I mean, whether it's WRDA or ESEA or a budget or so many other things that are getting done, they're not sexy. They're just not sexy issues necessarily, but they're essential to making this country great and to making it strong, to educating our children and to making sure that the next generation is prepared to do what we want them to do, to feed our children. I mean, a farm bill, all of those things need to happen, and we need to realize that maybe they aren't just sexy issues. And I think that's critical. But I just want to elevate what Barbara Mikulski said, and I think it is absolutely important, and that is finding common ground. We have talked forever about compromise. Nobody wants to admit to compromise. And that's not what you want to be asked to do. What we have to say here is that we've got to find the common ground. Barbara reached for common ground, and that she was always productive, always has been productive, always will be productive. I reached out to Saxby Chambliss when I was chairman of the Ag Committee and said, where do we agree? And let's work out. And when we get to those outward boundaries, then you've seen where you agree, so you respect one another about where your differences are. And you get that done in the middle, just like Barbara and Richard Shelby do. Those are critical places. And the one thing I fear is that people will not know how good Hillary Clinton was at that. When Hillary Clinton came to the Senate, there was grumbling on the Republican side about how, oh, she's going to be a diva. She's going to have all of this Secret Service, blah, 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 blah. She's going to, you know, don't you remember, Barbara?
I remember.
And she came in there day one. She came in there day one with ideas. She came down to the floor with paper. She didn't come to the Democratic side. She went to the Republican side. And she sat down with members and said, you know, what here can we get done together? And she can be a facilitator as our commander-in-chief. She's got the, you know, I don't have to tell this crowd what credentials she has. I mean, you can see it. But I think it's important for people to talk and to empower her to be able to be seen in that way. And I know, I mean, Hillary, although she didn't grow up in Arkansas, she surely lived in Arkansas. And she knew what I knew about the expectations that many people might have of her. And so she's, you know, she's balancing all of that to really try to be the kind of candidate that can prove to people that she's got the capacity to do this, and she does. I know I watched her. I know Barbara and others did too, in really working together to get things done. And, you know, I think that, you know, in this election, you know, I can't believe he's the last one over there on the other side, but John Kasich, who balanced a budget working with Bill Clinton and you know, moderate Democrats in the House. But people don't want to see that. We have to help encourage the electorate to see what can happen when we get things done. I think that's most important, and I think Hillary's trying to do it.
I mean, have we grossly underestimated the amount of anger that's out there?
So, full disclosure, I'm absolutely for Hillary for president, and that's where my presidential choice is. So we start with it. But I want to talk about two things. The importance of the presidency and the importance of the way we choose the president. And they're tied together. Because you not only have to win, you have to govern. You have to win, but the other part of that is you have to govern. You win to govern. You don't win to win. This isn't the Super Bowl where you get to wear the ring and the sweatshirt and you get to do rehearsal. You win to govern. So when we look at the President of the United States continues to be the leader of the free world. The President of the United States is the President of the United States, which is the indispensable nation. And you can see that in the work of John Kerry, working with President Obama to do a serious ceasefire, to what we're doing around the world, to the empowerment of women and girls around the world, to what we're facing in our own economy. You need a president of the United States. You need a president who can win. You need a president that can govern. And you need other institutions that are co-equal branches but do govern. Now, when we look at the presidency, you need one president at a time. You don't have 435 presidents from the House, 100 presidents in the United States Senate. We give advice. Sometimes we give consent, but they have to govern. The president has to also follow the Constitution. Like Article 2, Section 2 says, the president shall nominate a member of the Supreme Court where there is a vacancy. You need a president on our domestic problems. It is the year 2016. When we were going into the year 20,000, I thought, a new century, a new millennium, a new way. I thought we were going to say goodbye to war. I thought we were going to say goodbye to genocide. It was the dawn of the digital age. I'm from the rotary phone generation. I was so excited about this. And now we have run into really where that when you are president, it seems the job is to oppose the president, rather to try to find compromise. Compromise has become a dirty word or a dysfunctional word. I believe you can compromise without capitulation. You don't have to give up your identity. You don't have to give up your principles, but you can compromise by finding common ground. The presidency is important. We need to be a strong country. We need to be a smart country. We need to get back to making things. We need a president. But in order to govern, you have to have a process that does it. I don't know about you, but I am really concerned about the vulgarity that this presidential campaign has descended into. Vulgarity gives permission for violence and for bullying. I no longer want to look at my Twitter account. I used to love it, to be in touch with the people, to hear what they have to say to me, good, bad, or whatever. What the hell? Put it all out there. But you know what? My Twitter responses now are so violent. And if you're a woman member of the Congress, it even gets more anxiety producing. And I don't even want to go into that. And now look at the way the race has been covered. Is it substance? I don't even want to look at them anymore. So instead of being a voice to the people and a voice back from the people, it is really scary. Debate. Can you tell me who in the Republican Party is for the flat tax and what the consequences of the flat tax would be? You need revenue to run a government, whether you're paying for defense or non-defense. Do you know that? Who here knows which Republican candidate is for that? Who here would be for some of the big issues? College affordability. Do you know what their college affordability is? You know, Hillary and Bernie have outlined it, and I'm not pushing the Democrats. I'm pushing the way they're campaigning. And it is strong, and it's even sharp clashes. That's terrific. That's the way it ought to be. Do you know college affordability? No. Do you know, besides building a wall, how are we going to get jobs back to the United States of America? And we forget that when you're on CNN, the world is watching us. So not only are we watching it, but so is the Ayatollah. So is North Korea. If you're an ally, do you want to stick with us? And if you're a foe, are you sizing us up? We've got to get back to, and it goes to what I'm saying, the more vulgar, the more violent, the more of a character you are, that's what you get covered. You don't get covered if you have character. You get covered if you are a character. And I think this is really consistent, because if we demean the process of choosing a president, we demean the presidency itself. And I think we all need to take a pause and reflect on that. And quite frankly, I think the media has to own up to what its responsibility is in this. So, enough said.
I think we're going to move to the audience question portion of this, and I'm not sure who is. We've got microphone. Great. Okay. Are there any questions of the senators? Oh, we've got one over here. Or is there one over here as well? Oh, great.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me here, and I'm so happy to hear about your experiences. My name is Robin Gibson, and I wanted to comment or ask a question. How are the women of the Senate going to make their work and their take on the issues palatable to the mainstream, and especially young people?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat, how are the women of the Senate going to make their...
Take their issues, their point of view on the issues, and their work, such as you had talked a little bit about the passing tax incentives for jobs, like the nature legislation, things that we did not know about. How are you going to make that more palatable to the mainstream in terms of if we have people who are more into social media and hyping up things that are not really great for us to know about. How are you going to take what you're doing in the same vein of social media viral or making it more palatable to young people?
More appealing to young people?
I don't think I understood the question.
Okay.
I think what you want to know is how women of the Senate are going to take out to the electorate and to other young women the issues that need to happen. Is that right? Is that what you're saying? I think one of them is sharing experiences. You know, Senator Mikulski spent a lot of her early life as a social worker and also as a college professor. You know, I came to the Senate with twin 2-year-olds. I gave birth in the house, and let me tell you, they didn't know what to do with me then. I can promise you. But you know, what was amazing was to be able to talk about those experiences. Barbara could talk about them in terms of her social work in Baltimore and her work with the city council. You know, lots of times when I would go to the Senate Finance Committee and we would talk about like after-school programs, you know, we were trying to increase some of the funding for after-school programs. Olympia Snow and I were the only women on there. I had small children. One of the senators, great guy, loved him dearly, thought that their grandparents should just be taking care of them, you know, while their mamas were working. Things like that. You know, the experiences that we have and the things that we feel passionate about, you're right, we express those, but hopefully those are some things that identify with you all. The school nutrition programs, I mean, those were hugely important to me. I had kids in the public schools, and as chairman of the Ag Committee, I was able to really make a difference in passing that nutrition bill. First time since 1973 that we had increased federal funding for school feeding programs. But you know, Jay Rockefeller was great when we did our press conference and I had all these little elementary kids dressed up as vegetables and fruits. He was like, "Oh my God, this is great." And I said, "Yes, it is, it's great." Kids are gonna get, you know, more nutritious foods and we're gonna spend more money on it. But I think bringing that awareness is something that we all have an opportunity to do, and we need you. We need you to help.
Could I ask you, are you asking how do we communicate with you? I really didn't understand your question.
Oh, I thought it was examples, sorry.
Okay, so this goes to being a member of the Congress. You
part
don't
of
pay attention to us. You pay attention to executive branch people and to individuals. There's no judgment behind what I'm saying. So do you ever go to our websites? This is, again, not a judgment. I don't believe you do. I believe you go to what you see and you go to what you know. I bet you cover Senator Warren. I bet you cover Ed Markey because you're Massachusetts people. Of course you're interested in them. And then when you see people on TV, you do. You're always going to cover the First Lady, then the 20 of us. But I would really encourage you, go to our .govs. We do put out ideas. Now, we don't put ideas out as a group because it's what I said. We're not a caucus, we're a force. But we do put out our individual ideas, like on college affordability, that we would be articulating, one of which, of course, is led by Senator Warren. The ability for you all as students to be able to refinance your loans. We think you ought to be able to refinance your student loan in the same way people can refinance their car or their mortgage. Right now, the government makes money off of students, charging as much as 8 or 9%. Refinance, reform the Pell Grants, but it's on our web. We do use social media. Go look at us, go down us in alphabetical order. You'll really like it. And when you get to the H's and M's, you're going to be
there are any number of sources for information, but as a Democrat, one of my ongoing concerns and challenges has been how we as Democrats communicate what we're doing. And it's been expressed that what we do is, Republicans are really actually very good at communicating in a simple way that gets to people's emotions, which is how people vote, by the way, not by analytical. The Democrats do a really good job of listing the 20 things that we all should care about, that we care about, that you all should care about. That is not making much of an impression on people. So my message has been for the number of caucuses that we've had where we've wrung our hands about how is it that the party that really cares about Social Security, middle-class families, income inequality, economic inequality, all of that, we're not the ones that are able to convey that in a way that reaches people's emotions. This is why when we got on the Supreme Court issue and came up with do your jobs, we were so happy because we were able to say in 3 words what it usually takes us 20 things of things that we all should be care about. So I think part of it is our challenge to communicate what we're doing in a way that really strikes people in an emotional chord, not to manipulate them emotionally, but to understand that people make decisions based on their hearts, their emotions, not their heads.
You know, I know the time is coming to a close. I would, in behalf of all of us, we'd like to, and I know Senator Collins and Senator Warren as well. Vicki, we want to thank you for the opportunity, this idea of coming here for Women's History. We really hope that you all got a lot out of it. I would like to, because I'm coming to the end of my Senate career, just say, if I could, one quick story about Senator Kennedy and bipartisanship and making a difference. When I came to the United States Senate, women were not included in the protocols at NIH. So if you went to one of the greatest esteemed institutions in the world, women were not in the protocols. Whether it was heart disease, brain disease, and certainly cancer, I could go through them. Famous study, take an aspirin a day, keep a heart attack away, included 10,000 male medical students, not one woman. Joining on a bipartisan basis with the support of Ted Kennedy and Tom Harkin, I, along with, supported by Nancy, with Pat Schroeder, Olympia Snow, and Connie Morello of Maryland, we showed up at NIH. And we demanded that they review this based on scientific principles, and we got in it. At the same time, George Bush the Elder appointed Bernadine Healy as the head of NIH. As we worked together to get her confirmed, and again, a Republican woman, an esteemed doctor, Dr. Healy said this to me: Barbara, we women are overlooked. And working with Ted and Tom, we established the Office of Women's Health at NIH. We did it together. Then Dr. Healy said, I want to do a study on hormone replacement. I want to do a longitudinal study, but I can't go through the budget process. You all don't earmark. Can you help it out? Ted, Tom, Arlen Specter, Barb Mikulski, to this day, I don't know if Bernadine Healy was a Democrat or a Republican. We put our heads together. We got the money for NIH under the leadership of Dr. Healy. Let me tell you the outcome of that story. Because of that one study, we changed clinical practice. And guess what? The change in clinical practice has resulted in breast cancer rates going down 15%. So when you say, what did the women of the Senate do? For us, it's never about girls versus boys. It was about guys and girls together for the good of the country. It wasn't about being a Democrat or a Republican. It was about breast cancer. And when we work together, we've saved lives 1 million at a time. That's really what it is.
Senator Hirono, Senator Lincoln, Senator Mikulski, thank you so much for being here, and loved hearing from all of you. Thanks so much, and thank you, Mrs. Kennedy.
Senators, thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Senators, thank you on behalf of everybody that's associated with this organization and the people who have come to hear the good things you had to say. We're just going to take a 15-minute break in an effort to get back on track in time, so come back quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please find your seats, we will be beginning the program in just a few moments.
You'd think I'd know how to do that by now, right?
You get it? You want me to get it?
Yeah, can you reach it?
It sounds like it's on. Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Welcome back. For the second of what will be 3 panels today, we had, I think, a pretty enlightening and information-wise, a lot of information given from that first panel. And didn't you take away, I hope you did, what I did. There's an old saying that people will never remember what you say, but they'll always remember how you make them feel. And it seems to me that that group made me feel that they have our country at heart, that they're energetic, they're not afraid of being women anymore, and yet they don't have to parade the fact their gender. And also that they are in it together to make things work for us. That's a good feeling, a good message to come from them, wasn't it? So I congratulate them. So I don't know whether to stand or sit. So our second panel deals with our state, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And these are leaders here from our state. I'll begin with Deborah Goldberg, who is dressed in orange here today for a reason. The poor soul fell and has had numerous operations on her foot, and we thank you for...
Fortunately, not operations, but maybe that would have helped.
Oh, well, whatever you did. Deborah Goldberg is the treasurer of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Previously, she was a 6-year member of the Board of Selectmen in the town of Brookline. So we welcome you, Deborah Goldberg. To my right, Shannon O'Brien was the first woman to be Treasurer and Receiver General of Massachusetts. She was the first woman to be the Democratic Party nominee for governor in 2002. I remember covering you then. We welcome Shannon O'Brien. From Dorchester State Senator Linda Dorsina Forey. You got to work on your popularity, girl. Ms. Forey previously was the first Haitian American, not previously, she was the first Haitian American to be elected to the State House of Representatives. Second.
Yeah, Marie St. Clair's here.
And Representative Keiko Oral was elected in 2011 to the legislature, the first Asian American to serve in the Massachusetts House. Welcome. I'm taken by the change in diversity over the many years that I've been reporting in this city, and you can see it reflected right here on our panel. And I wonder if I could ask the two of you who were elected from ethnic communities, how you view
Does Polish count?
Polish. Well, especially the newer, I would say, immigrants to our city, not so new, but how your being Haitian or being Asian affects how you think and what you feel, how that adds, if you do, to your responsibilities. May I begin with you, Ms. Forey?
With me?
Sure.
Okay, very good. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. I want to thank Vicki, I want to thank the EMK Institute, and it's wonderful to have you, Natalie, as a role model who's been on television for a long time in terms of breaking barriers and having women present. So thank you for all you've done. Okay, so I'll just say that, you know, it's an honor to represent the 1st Suffolk District. I've been in office now for about 11 years. And I'll say that I'm the 2nd Haitian American elected. Marie St. Fleur was the 1st, who is here with us today. No doubt, I would say that, you know, we've come a long way. I think that if you take a look at the district that I represent currently as a state senator, it's South Boston, it's Dorchester, it's Mattapan, it's Hyde Park. But before being the senator, I was a state rep for 8.5 years. And I think the lens of being first generation American played in me running for office. I think in terms of watching my parents, who gave everything, right, and came to this amazing country in search of opportunity. They had their children and really taught us the importance of giving back and working hard and really being the voice for those who may not have a voice. So I really come in with that kind of lens of how do we help people, right? Help people help themselves so they could get out of poverty. But I'll say that we have more work to do. I'll just say that in the legislature, there's 200 members in the legislature, 25% is made up of women, so that's 50 women. In the state Senate, we have 13 women in the state Senate. In the state House of Representatives, we have 38 women. So we have a lot of work to do in terms of diversity. I'm happy that Representative Oral, was elected, but there's not a lot of us. In the Senate, there's 2 of us out of 40, myself and Senator Sonia Chang Diaz. In the House of Representatives, in the House of Representatives, Representative Oral, the Dean of the Legislature, Representative Gloria Fox. I mean, so we have a lot of work that we have to do, especially in recognizing the diversity and the growing diversity of our great Commonwealth, and in particular, the city of Boston. So I'll say that, we come in, and I think that as folks of ethnic backgrounds, of minority groups, we always come in with the lens of working collaboratively. Right? Because we're not really the majority, so you have to work collaboratively with people.
There seems to me there's always a pressure in being the first at something. I remember being the first woman to do certain things in news, to anchor an evening newscast. I was the only woman at WCBB for 2 years. Can you imagine that? I can't even imagine it, and I experienced it. So I'm aware that there are expectations put on you when you're a first. And I wonder, Representative Oral, do you get any pressure from your Asian community about doing more for the Asian community?
So I actually represent an area that doesn't have a lot of Asians. I
interesting.
represent south of Boston. I have Lakeville, Middleborough, Berkeley, and Taunton, which is a suburban community. I used to represent the city of New Bedford, and so to be elected as someone with an unusual name, Keiko Oral, my name is mispronounced every single day. They don't know if I'm male or female. It's difficult to convince. People ask and tell me that I speak English well. And thank you. I grew up in Cincinnati. So those types of challenges happen on a regular basis, and so we roll with it. I'm here to serve the people of the Commonwealth, and there is a bit of pressure as far as being the first, because I want to do it well, and I want to set the stage for others. I want others to see it so they can be it, and I want them to be able to say, oh, well, she could run. There are other people up there who may be considering public office, and they have a wonderful senator and Senator Forey, Dorsina Forey, and I think that we need to have more diversity so that others can get involved.
So you represent a district with very few Asians.
Right.
So that was not a factor in your getting elected.
Correct.
What appealed to your voters? Why did they put you in office?
So I was elected in a special election, and I was elected in the city of New Bedford, and I am a Republican. And so that's where the difficulty in staying in office, getting into office and staying in office in Massachusetts has been a challenge. But what I have brought to the district is my hard work ethic and my ability to listen to people, my ability to work across the aisle and to be respectful. And I think that the first panel addressed that very well as far as being able to express a difference of opinion, but being able to do that with respect.
Shannon O'Brien, I remember your election, your run for election in 2002. Do you want to speak to that and how you as a woman faced, as I recall, a number of obstacles that the men didn't, and how that may have changed to this point?
Well, it was really exciting for me to hear Blanche Lincoln speak, because when I was beginning my campaign for governor in 2002, We actually took Blanche Lincoln's television ads and looked at them as a model because she had infant twins when she was running for the Senate. And I think that it was she who said she gave birth in the house, and then she was going to leave, and the Senate seat came up. And when the children were born, they said, will you run for the Senate? And she said, I'm not going to run for higher office until they can tell right from wrong, or something like that. And then the Senate seat opened up. And you don't get too many Senate seats opening up, period, in the history of the country. So one of the issues that she had to deal with, and she said this to me because I said this to her, I looked at your ads, and my public relations people did, because I had a toddler, a 2-year-old at home when I was running for governor. And she said, people came up to her and said, you cannot be a senator and have those infant children at home. You would not hear that said to a male candidate. And I remember looking I can see the ad today, where she was in her kitchen and her husband was standing behind her clutching the twins, sending the message that, one, she was out front and she was competent and she was speaking to issues that were important to her state, yet there was someone back there holding those 2 babies. And we had to think about that as well, because I can remember I don't know if you were there, but on Halloween, we had all these things. We were going from 7 in the morning till 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And oh my gosh, it's Halloween and your daughter's 3 and she's gonna be a princess. And I couldn't abandon her for Halloween. So we actually went back home to my hometown of Whitman, and I walked around the neighborhood with my little princess with cameras in tow to make sure that people knew that I wasn't abandoning her on Halloween, because that was an important thing. But women still do have to think about those perception issues. And this was back in 2002, and I think things are changing a little bit, but I still think that especially when people have those stereotypes, they look at that very clearly. How do you manage those dual roles? And I think that still exists today.
And Deb Goldberg, you were treasurer of the Commonwealth. Now you were a member of the board of selectmen in your town of Brookline for many years. But you've had ups and downs in running for office. You've had successes and you've had failures. I wonder if you'd speak to that, because I'm one of those who really believes that you maybe learn more from your failures than you do your successes.
Well, I am a great proponent for women who are going to run for office to start at the local level. I feel that you really learn a lot about how people feel, what they think. I think you can get your hands really dirty, quote unquote, and understand and make those connections about how public service is about people in their homes, on the streets, the basic things that they care about and they need. And so I think that was a terrific experience for me personally, and it is what caused me to run for lieutenant governor in 2006, which I absolutely adored. And the reason I ran for lieutenant governor is I worked hard to try to get Shannon O'Brien elected governor. And when she didn't, we ended up...
I'm sorry that you screwed that up.
Oh, I delivered a big vote in Brookline, remember? But we got a lieutenant governor who said she was representing the cares and concerns of people at the local level. And I felt that possibly having been at the local level and dealt with the challenges there, that I would be able to do that better. Well, the good news is Tim Murray, who did become lieutenant governor, also came from the local level and did care significantly about those issues. I loved that campaign. I was absolutely fine about not winning. I know that sounds strange, but I was fine. I, the next day, endorsed Tim Murray, worked hard to get a Democratic ticket elected, because I had learned so much during that campaign about a statewide race. And when I decided to run for treasurer, I hit the ground having made the mistakes 8 years earlier. And so I feel that I didn't have the learning curve, fortunately, that not only did my opponents have, but also when I ran in the general, my opponent on the other side. And so I think that running and persevering, that's the other thing. I use the word perseverance, persistence. Those are things that my mother taught me. And she was someone who, along with you, Natalie, because you remember, you and she did a lot of things together, helped to break down barriers for other women. But she was quoted in 1974, and when someone said to her, "What is your key success factor?" she said, "Grim perseverance." And that's what this is about for women in politics and women in the corporate world. It's about keeping your eye on the ball and understanding the passion that drives you to help others, and then keep it going. Don't let the mm-ms get you down.
Sounds good, like good advice that only your mother would give, or that your mother would give and I would understand. I could hear her words. I'd like to turn to some of the issues facing the Commonwealth now. And Senator Forey, Representative Orr, I wonder if perhaps you would lead us in your thinking and what's going on up on Beacon Hill. Boston is burgeoning, perhaps growing more quickly and in a bigger, wider way than maybe any other city in the country at the moment. We're seeing our innovation district, as it's been renamed, coming in. We've got GE coming in. We've got the pharmaceutical companies, and all these condos are going up at, $30 gazillion. We're also seeing, however, near the Garden, housing being built for, I guess it's called affordable housing. It depends on which bill you're looking at. In an effort to try to bridge this gap of extreme wealth and middle-class workers and the extreme poor. Would the two of you talk about that, about how we're growing economically and the housing situation and what's being done about it? Either one of you can start.
Very good. So great question, Natalie. I'm actually the Senate Chair of Housing, and I chair the Committee on Housing, Joint Committee on Housing, and also the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs, which is a new committee on how do we generate federal dollars coming into the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But in terms of the lens of housing, we just released a report around the housing crisis in the Commonwealth, and what are some things we could be doing, working collaboratively on to make sure we could work on production. We brought together a bunch of experts, whether it was real estate developers, market rate developers, low income, public housing advocates. So we brought a whole host of folks around the table, and we came up with quite a number of ideas, current legislation that are pending, but also some resources that we can invest. I'll say one thing is, how do we create more housing that is workforce housing? I would say that the low income housing, we have that in public housing, though we do have to do better because there are about 800 units that are offline, means that in the public housing developments around the Commonwealth, these units are not habitable. Money needs to be invested so they could be not necessarily demolished, but renovated. And so we came up with a creative idea. How do you help and train people who live in public housing to do that work? So that's one of the proposals.
So the people who live there do the work?
To help in terms of really job training and workforce development.
And where does the money come from to do this?
So this is a legislation that is pending. It's quite tough, right? Because we're in a tough economy, although you see construction taking place all over the city, in particular in my district, in South Boston, the waterfront, a lot of development taking place, but we still have a lot of work to do because, as you mentioned, Natalie, I mean, it is high-end luxury condominiums. So where is the middle force, right? Where is the middle housing for the workforce? Mayor Walsh has been talking about that. How do we create that? We're really trying to bring folks to the table and think creatively. The real estate developers, seeing how is it that we can work on when they are developing a piece of property, that there is the affordability piece put in it. So I don't say affordable housing anymore, because when you say affordable housing, in particular here, there are 351 cities and towns in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You say affordable housing,
means nothing,
and they
really.
think these people are coming into my communities. Well, we're saying no. We need our cities and towns. The laws on our books says that the housing stock in each community, 10% of the housing stock is supposed to be deemed affordable. What is affordability? It is your college students that are graduating, that want to come back home and live in that community where they grew up, but they can't afford a $500,000 home. It's the seniors and the elderly who raise their families in an amazing community and want to stay there, but they can't live there. So we need all of our communities to take part, and so that's a zoning piece. Zoning reform is tough, right? Working with the zoning committees in all of these towns is quite difficult. When you look at the properties that are being developed, whether it's 2-acre lots for one house, fine. If that's what you want to do, that's great. But there are developers that bought 2 acres or 3-acre lots, but they're not allowed to put more than one house on that lot. So we're saying, let's think creatively. You don't have to bring a high rise because it's not the city and there's not that high density. But instead of one home, can we put a cul-de-sac? Can we create 5 homes, 5 2-family homes on that property? So we're really trying to work hard to tackle it, but it's difficult. And it's also saying, how is it that we're going to create opportunities for people to move out of poverty? We have various organizations and agencies that we fund through our budget, that is what they do. They do workforce development, or they say they do workforce development, but we're not looking at the outcomes. And I think that is important, because if we're not meeting the numbers and trying to help people, then what's the point of supporting that program?
Of course, the big hope is that all of this new business coming in does provide new jobs, and that is how you climb out of poverty. What's going on in the House?
That would be the segue as far as I'm concerned with housing. It's so important to have a strong workforce and to have the opportunities for businesses and small businesses to stay in Massachusetts and to thrive in Massachusetts, because if you don't have a job, then it's very difficult to find that housing and to make gains. So what I have seen with this new administration is a real effort to support businesses as far as regulatory reform. There's a municipal bill pending that that the Baker-Polito administration has put forward that is going to streamline some things for our municipalities, making it easier for them to do business. And so what I found so exciting is that GE is coming to Boston. I think that we have great opportunities here in Massachusetts for companies to come and do business. I think when they come and do business, they hire people, and then people can be making decent wages, and that's the partnership with the housing.
And there's always a yin and a yang to everything. It's kind of life, right? I mean, the reason GE is coming here is because Connecticut wouldn't work with that company. And there's a give and take there with taxpayers, with legislators, with communities. We can't all have it all. Back to that first panel, compromise. So there was a terrific piece that relates to what we're talking about here in housing. If you didn't see it in the Boston Globe yesterday, they did an exhaustive piece on the changing demographics of the state of Massachusetts based on economy, not so much race or ethnicity of other kinds, but on the economy. And if you think about it, if you read through this article, it makes sense that this is happening. So there was a time not too long ago, they quote the 1970s in this particular article, saying that at one time in one community, whether it's out in the burbs or in the city, any of the cities in our state, that you would have a mix of economy, people who make, let's say, a middle-of-the-road, middle-class people, upper middle-class people, I hate labels, but sorry I'm doing this, and lower middle class, meaning they make a different amount of money. But, so there's your friend here, so Shannon gets a better job, and but she's still in the neighborhood, and I still know, I miss O'Brien. And so I say to her, geez, my daughter's trying to go to school, can you help me out?
And I say the probation scandal says I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, great. But the point of, you're right, but the point is that we live together. And so as the people made their way up, they could give a hand, and even more importantly, as this Globe article did, sorry about my back, did such a good job, was to say that we don't know each other anymore. Once you've left the community, if you're doing well, you don't really know what the plight of the other group, and conversely, and that's important too. So I wonder if you folks would give me a sense of that. I guess I left off, I'm sorry. The fact that it seems logical that if you live in Dorchester and you start to make some more money, nothing against Dorchester, and you might—
We are in Dorchester, my district, all right.
Nothing against Dorchester, my best friends are from Dorchester.
And my husband is from Dorchester.
But the point is, when you make a little more money, you might want a little more lawn, say. You might want a house with a little more space. And now you can afford it, and so you leave. So that gentrification, if you will, seems logical and normal, but it produces issues. would you like to speak to that? We were talking about that a little before. You've seen it change.
You see a change, and it's not just moving to these sort of suburban enclaves.
Right.
And Linda, you also talked about the sort of zoning in different communities that basically zones people out of communities. So there's not that kind of fluidity between different people sort of knowing each other and going to school with one another. You know, that's part of the problem. It's sort of housing and how people find themselves living in those types of neighborhoods that do become increasingly more segregated or siloed, if you will. But it's also part of our society. It's not just where you live. It's a lot of the institutions that kept us as part of a community. You know, I think right now about what's going on in the presidential election. This is very scary, even as a Democrat sort of watching with a little bit of glee what's happening within the Republican Party. But it's scary to anybody like myself who has grown up. You know, my great-grandfather was a Democrat, the first Democrat elected from Hampshire County in the 1930s, and my grandfather was embalming commissioner. My father, that's the funeral director. My father was a governor's counselor, served with Carol Fiola. He was a county commissioner. So I've grown up, and my family has had a set of values that ground us not only to our community, but also to people all across the state and all across the country, that sort of same activity and experience. We're losing that kind of grounding among friends and people that come from different places. One of the jobs that I had a couple of years back, I was the CEO of the Girl Scouts in Greater Boston. And you know, when I was being recruited for that job, you know, it's a $10 million a year nonprofit leadership development. But what really got me excited was this is one of those experiences all across the country, and frankly, all around the globe, that girls can have growing up that everybody across the country has. And a lot of these institutional connections, in addition to housing, but it's also, those connections are being lost right now because we don't belong to groups as much. You know, I ran against Tom Birmingham, and one of the things he used to talk about, he used to quote this book called Bowling Alone. And it was that people don't bowl in bowling leagues anymore. My grandmother used to be in the Daughters of Isabella bowling league when she was.
I used to be in a bowling league.
but we now bowl, but we don't bowl in social groups that might have different people knowing one another. So it's not just the housing and the income that I think, I only read the front page, I was at a soccer tournament all weekend, but anyway, but I understand what they're talking about, but it's how do we find those communities where we get to know one another? We can't all run for the United States Senate and be in that group.
Deb Goldberg, can you weigh in on this?
Well, I'm having all sorts of thoughts as I sit here, and it brings me right back to local level and the issue around housing, because I read that article very carefully, and I looked at my own community to see how, you know, things were in, they were in orange, they were in light green, and then they were growing to dark green, and the darker green you got, the more affluent. And when I was a selectman, I was pushing for retaining the character of Brookline, where there was the commuting community that lived in apartments and didn't have cars that lived there. They were working people. There were the town employees, all lived in the town of Brookline for multiple generations. And that was all disappearing. And I was clamoring for the rejuvenation of that, including supporting affordable housing right in my own neighborhood. And you're right, Linda. Affordability were the kids that were getting out of college and getting married, and one was a teacher and one was a young lawyer, and they couldn't afford to rent an apartment in the town of Brookline. And so I was talking about the firefighters, I was talking about the police officers, and what was flowing back at me by my neighbors who were progressives was that we don't want low-income housing in our neighborhood. It'll hurt our home values. And I stuck with it. And I developed a lot of enemies from that. I'm going to tell you, that housing is there today. We have $3 million houses that cross-pollinated the development of affordable units that are in a magnificent building. It looks like a single-family, multi-million-dollar house, but those people who are living in there live in Brookline, go to the Brookline Public Schools, the same one I went to and my dad went to, and they now have a life in Brookline and are adding to the flavor and the understanding of what life is about. I don't want my children, I didn't want my children, nor my grandchildren, to live in a rarefied world. You end up losing empathy. It becomes removed. You talk globally, but you don't react. You don't understand it in your gut. And only when you understand it in your gut do you develop the perseverance to get things done for people. And I think that that article really reflected a great deal of the problems that we have today in America, added to when Shannon talks about the bowling league. Kids aren't going to bowling in groups because they're at home on a computer. They're interacting with their phone. So we're combating a generation that is more isolated, and we have to push it in the other direction. And with things like the legislature is doing, but again, on the local level, show leadership on trying to break that down, because creating housing for diversity in your community, no matter where you live, creates a richer community and a greater understanding of human beings in the world. So I really think that that's critical.
I'd like to turn to our age of technology. Again, everything has a plus and a minus. We're in a revolution in every facet of, we have been for 25 years in my opinion, every facet you can think of, from health to education, to our legislator, to our Congress, and so forth. So here we have an issue related to transportation called Uber. So somebody comes up with this idea, hey, anybody can drive a car, and it seems like the most democratic thing I'd ever heard of. So anybody can drive a car, and you can have the choice of calling me or not, and I'll give you a ride. Now you take a chance because you don't really know me. I'm not licensed. I don't have a medallion. And you all know that Uber has just grown exponentially. I don't know anybody that especially young people everywhere, they call Uber to go anywhere and everywhere. So now, as I understand it, and you folks up on the Hill help me out here, there's legislation pending regarding Uber. So here we go. We've got this great idea. It's taken hold across the world, not just Massachusetts, the United States, and so forth. But the establishment, I'm going to throw you guys into the establishment for a minute because the legislature is an establishment, says, ooh, well, maybe this isn't so good. We have some issues here. Maybe we ought to be regulating this. I'd love your take on it from the House and the Senate. Where's the legislation, in the House or the Senate?
It is now in the House.
Oh, why don't you start then in the
I'll
House?
start off, yeah? Huh? It's okay, so I filed the legislation on Uber, and not just Uber, but Lyft. They call them ride-sharing companies, myself in the Senate, and also Representative Michael Moran. No, we don't want to kill ride-sharing. We don't want to kill Uber or Lyft. But we do think it's important to have regulations and policies in place. Because although they'll say they're a technology company, in the end, they are a transportation company. They are moving people from point A to point B, millions and millions of people around our country.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate. Why do you think I'll be Uber here? Why do you think you need to regulate me? We're doing just fine.
Okay, I have to say we do have to regulate it in terms of public safety. So there's been issues around safety in terms of people getting to cars that are not clearly marked as Uber. Governor Baker also filed a piece of legislation that is very similar to our legislation, although we are more encompassing, right? So we talk about different checks on drivers. We talk about the Department of Public Utilities regulating this ride-sharing industry, or transportation network companies what we're calling it.
Specifically, what would your legislation do? What would it regulate?
Okay, so there's a couple things. One of them is fingerprinting, right? One of them is the background checks, but that's not in the House side. The bill just came out of the House, and it's going to be taken up in the Senate. I'll say this to you. When I first met with Uber, and the head of the regional director of Uber lives in my district in South Boston, and so when I first met with them, I wanted to understand, what is it exactly you all are doing? And the question I asked was, how do you handle background checks. What is the role what do you do for public safety? And their response to me was, we use a third-party validator. So my follow-up question, of course, is, well, what does that mean? What does the third-party validator do? Are they looking in a database in the state? Are they looking in the federal database in terms of maybe some criminal activity? They could not answer it. They said, no, Senator, we just use a third-party validator. So in the end, I think our role as legislators is how do we bring mechanisms in place that's going to provide safety for our consumers.
Without killing
and we don't
kids.
want to kill them. And so when you see, we don't want to kill them. And so when you see that they say, you know, we're going to leave Massachusetts, we're going to leave Boston, I don't think they're going to leave Boston. Another piece of the legislation is about commercial licenses. In New York, it is done. In big New York City, they have commercial licenses for UberX drivers. And the final piece I will say this, is that on a late night television show, the head of Uber was on. And you know, they were talking about surge pricing. You all know surge pricing if you use Uber, okay? But if there's a catastrophe or a natural disaster, they can surge price you, quadruple it 100% times what you would usually pay to get home. So that's in the legislation, talking about surge pricing. But what was more fascinating, and I'll say this to you, is this late night comedy show. They said to the driver of Uber, because he said to him, so what is Uber Eats? And the owner of Uber said, well, he was kind of shocked for a moment, like, why are you bringing this up? And the late night Colbert was, so he basically said, does that mean if I make a tuna fish sandwich and I put it in my car, am I gonna wait for someone to ding me, you know, to ping me so I could bring them the sandwich? And then the gentleman was like, well, you know, you'll get a ping. Someone will ping you. And then he's like, but how about if I held on to that sandwich for 2 weeks and it's now smelling up in my car? What am I gonna do? He's like, well, we're really trying to create a container that's gonna hold the food. Well, first of all, that can be an issue because we have a lot of small businesses here in the Commonwealth, over 540,000 small businesses in the Commonwealth, which is the backbone of our economy. How is that gonna have an impact on the restaurant business and so forth? They're not talking about that yet, but that's just some issues that are
Let me
bubbling
turn
up.
to the House and how, Representative Arl,
So on Wednesday,
what's that bill?
We'll be taking this issue up.
On Wednesday.
and-
Pardon?
So on Wednesday, we'll be taking this issue up in the House, and I just want to acknowledge my House colleagues that are here. Carol Fiola is here. She's from Fall River. We have Denise Garlick up in the balcony from Needham, and I don't see, my colleague Sarah Peak was also here. She's from Provincetown. And so we will be discussing that, debating that on Wednesday, and one of the critical pieces of any legislation is hearing from our constituents and hearing from the public at large. And so if you have strong feelings about Uber or Lyft, please contact your state representative.
Absolutely. And your senator.
And your
'cause
senator.
I've heard from a
Yeah.
lot of people.
Where do you,
Exactly.
where do you personally come down on this?
I think that we need to create legislation that is going to be somewhat safe. I mean, well, we need to be aware of public safety, but we cannot create policies that are so burdensome that we drive companies away. And so we'll see what comes out as far as amendments. They can be, it's very difficult.
Another big issue, then I'm going to take some audience questions, or maybe I should go to the audience right now. Yes? I was going to bring up marijuana.
Okay. Okay. No one gets a break. Wait, it's not break time.
So the states across the Commonwealth, across the United States of America, are voting on whether or not to legalize marijuana and in what form, just medicinal or for recreational purposes and so forth. It's up here in Massachusetts now. I understand that the mayor, the governor, and who else met over the weekend saying they were opposed to legalizing marijuana here in Massachusetts. Do any of you want to speak to that? You think where you stand on it, how you plan to vote on it? And I know you're not voting the legislation, but you might have an opinion.
All right, my husband is calling me right now saying, you know, you're 56 years old, you might run for office again. Think about these answers very carefully.
Okay, she's taking a pass.
I want to take a pass, but this is, I'll answer the question, but this is actually, I think, hearkening back to the earlier panel about compromise. A lot of people think that you get elected and everything is yes and no. That's right. And whether it's Uber versus the cab medallions, Terry Murray, optometrist versus ophthalmologist, and who can remove styes from your eye, would you believe that was a fight? All of these things that sound like they might be easy yes and no answers, everyone has an ox that is being gored when you are, everybody has a perspective. And so these are not easy decisions. And so taking this opportunity to sort of look at how women work together on the floor of the House or the Senate. Jackie is nodding her head yes. Union issues, which sound like everyone should be supporting working families, Jackie Cook, but the fact is all of these issues raise different problems. You bring in a new technology, you have to...
Exactly. The yin and yang of life.
The yin and yang of life. But this is what these people do every day. And the simplest of issues, whether or not an optometrist can remove a sty from your eye and not an ophthalmologist, that bill was held up for 5 years or maybe more in the legislature because different people had a perspective. So how do I mean, I'm not going to have to vote on this, but you know, I'm actually of the opinion that we need to do more to take the criminal penalties away from recreational marijuana use. I know a lot of people are opposed to that. I know, but I will tell you, and this is from personal experience, someone very close to me, a friend, the son of a friend, when we decriminalized it here in Massachusetts. Now this 17-year-old boy is thumbing his nose at his mother because he's now out smoking pot and there are no repercussions. And I do believe that, like alcohol, we have to make sure that we are properly regulating it. So that's not really an answer. I'd rather deal with the bigger issues, but
Okay.
I think that that's sort of where
sometimes there aren't good answers.
No, there's not.
Or succinct answers, I should say. Do you want to speak to that, any of you?
Well,
And I'm going to open this up to
I
the...
was kind of astonished to find out that the ballot question puts the legalized marijuana right in my hands, which is kind of fascinating because the Treasurer's Office, as some of you probably don't know, ranges from what you think is the Treasurer's Office, which is cash and debt management, the pension fund, and the like, but it includes the Alcoholic Beverage Commission, the Mass State Lottery Commission, Mass School Building Authority, and a range of other things. So I was notified that the ballot question has legalized marijuana landing in the Treasurer's Office and that I have to be up and running. I think it requires me by January.
To do what?
To be legislating and managing, as we do at the Alcoholic Beverage Commission, legalized marijuana. That was a shock to me because I don't smoke, I don't drink, and I don't gamble, and now I'm going to be responsible for all of those things.
You'll be sober enough to do it. Deb,
maybe that makes it a good thing.
you'll be sober enough to do it the
All
right
right,
way.
so let me talk about. So let me tell you what was really interesting to me. I do think the criminalization of having possession of small amounts of marijuana can ruin people's lives. Having them arrested, having them have a record, and I do think that it's been around so long that we absolutely have to do something about that. On the other hand, what was fascinating is when members of the Senate and members of the House went to Colorado to study what was going on in the marijuana business, people who had been typically for legalization of recreational marijuana came back against it. I think Senator Jason Lewis is a perfect example. What they're seeing in Colorado is that the criminal element has not gotten out of it. They've just been more legitimate, they're more legitimate, and that you're seeing children, dogs, cats poisoned by the edibles because it looks like a gummy bear. It looks like a brownie. And what's happening is that although it's sealed when it leaves the store, it's unsealed a block away. And so I, as a mother and a pet owner, was terrified at this thought. And so I am extremely concerned. And we also have a huge opiate epidemic in Massachusetts and in the country. And the data is showing that beginning with marijuana, and alcohol abuse, people are going towards utilizing opiates. And so we've got an issue around substance use. And I know as head of the Alcoholic Beverage Commission, them reporting to me that enforcement and public safety, there isn't a prom season where we don't lose kids. And so I am very, very concerned. I don't want kids to be held criminal, but I also worry about what are we bringing. We're just getting through medicinal marijuana. I think we need time to regulate that, see how that's going, and then think about other issues in the greater future.
So this is where I just want to jump in. Good job. I would say, just to piggyback on that, this is where the voters and the residents of Massachusetts and the Commonwealth have a say, because it is going to be on the ballot. So if it passes the ballot, and if the trajectory is showing us, right, we decriminalize, we have medicinal marijuana, we think it may happen. And so the point of the report, and I served on the Special Senate Committee, so I went to Colorado, and it was 8 senators, and the whole point was to take a look at Colorado in terms of the first state to legalize marijuana, and also we had a teleconference with Washington State, right, to see how they're handling it. And poor Colorado, they were the first state, and it is unbelievable what's taking place there. But if we spoke to the governor's office, we spoke to the czar on marijuana, we spoke to law enforcement, we spoke to public health, according to them, because they did not have a base data, a base data line, a baseline of data. According to them, the increase in youth usage has not gone up. They think adult usage has gone up. There is a big issue in terms of myself. Adults are adults, right? Adult use is different. I think we need to stop saying recreational, because when we say recreational, our children will think, hey, I can do it because it's recess and it's recreational and it's fun time. But it is illegal. You have to be 21 to use marijuana. I will say that the big piece, as the Treasurer Goldberg mentioned, are the edibles. Because a lot of these companies that are licensed to sell cannabinoid products, and they're a range. It's soda, it's everything. They're not necessarily producing the gummy bear on site. So they'll go to a BJ's, and they'll go to a Costco's, and they'll buy a big bag of gummy bears. They bring it back to the shop, and they spray it with THC. THC is the natural level of hallucinogen that is found in a marijuana plant. The natural level is about 3 to 5% in a normal plant. But we have, labs that are creating the THC level to 90% potency. So a bag of gummy bear, there could only be 10 gummy bears in that bag. You're only supposed to have 1 gummy bear, but they're gummy bears. It's like a chocolate chip cookie. They want you to break it down into 10, and we're like, but they're chocolate chip cookies. But it's a compounding effect. And so I do think we have a lot of work to do in terms of really educating the public, because as Treasurer Goldberg mentioned, it does fall with her, because that is how it was written, and that once it does pass, it takes 14 months. It has to be implemented, okay? That is a lot. That is not a long time to vamp up this system that we have. So we have a lot of work to do. We have a great report, so go on the website, the Massachusetts Legislature Senate website. We have the report on that we came back in terms of the Special Senate Committee on Marijuana, led by Jason Lewis, to really talk about the issues that we need to tackle if this is to go in place.
If I could make one suggestion before this goes on the ballot as a vote, that you hire a marketing company or whatever it takes to make sure that every voter understands the pros and cons, specifically in the states such as Colorado and elsewhere where it has been legal. How is it doing? Getting information not just from the officials you mentioned, but from parents, and how that's working. Too often we put things on our ballot and assume that the voters know what that's about, and all they get is that one line.
That's right.
And I think the burden is yours, and I think it's also the media's to dispense that information in some familiar way, whether that's Facebook or whatever works, so that people know what they're voting for, and it's a good vote.
I think, though, I just want to comment on that, because
I want to open this up to
I just want to
questions.
say, it's on the ballot when the presidential election is.
Yes, it is.
And to get anyone to pay attention to something, a ballot question, when we have this incredible presidential election,
It's
would
hard.
be really difficult.
Can you
So
move it?
Get the noise.
How about
We
move
need to
it?
do it through each other.
No, can't move it. Never mind, we're not going to get into that. It'll be too technical. Can I take some questions from anybody here?
Good job.
Yes, ma'am. It doesn't matter. Well, I'll get to both of you. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming, and I appreciate the input. And I've been trying to follow conversation and trying to educate myself.
Tell us who you are, please.
And one of the things that I've been listening is we need housing, we need opportunity. At this point in Massachusetts, and I'm going to speak for the North Shore, yes, we need housing. Yes, we need marijuana. But I think at this point, I think we need opportunity for individual to get into the labor market. I'm going to speak to the kids that graduated in 2008, 9, 10, that got high racket with the student loan, that are being discriminated into the labor force because they have student loan, therefore they have a bad credit.
Your question?
My question is, what are we going to do to help or educate that population that has been pushed away among individuals with disability, veterans, and all of those, educating and convincing or maybe mandating employers to not count the bad credit as a criminal or offense not to get into the labor force?
Not sure I get the question. You want employers not to look at a criminal record? Is that what
To
you're
look
saying?
at the student loan as a bad credit to enter into the labor force.
It's debt, bad credit. Don't you do that at the Treasury?
I'm still not sure. Your issue is that people
Well,
are having
why-
difficulty getting jobs because of their criminal records?
It's bad credit. Yeah.
Bad credit record.
They can look at your credit record.
Okay.
Well, first of all, one of the reasons I ran for treasurer was because what's fantastic in today's era is many things around credit, financial literacy are were beginning to be done by treasurers across the country. So on day one, I created the Office of Economic Empowerment, led by a deputy treasurer. We convened, and in fact, Ann Bookman, who was here, is on one of my task forces. And we convened a group of, I'm going to tell you, we could have had 3 times the amount of people. 32 people, not in state government, some people were from state government, to look at best practices around financial literacy and financial education and giving people access to the skills they need, dealing with student debt, dealing with how do you make college affordable, and also savings, banking, retirement, how to avoid scams. 6 months, 700 hours later, we came out with our task force report in the 1st of December. We also rolled out something called Seed MA, a college savings plan for kindergarten children that also was wrapping services with financial literacy education for not only them, but their families. And so we are trying to create a situation to make sure that people don't have bad debt. Simultaneously, we were also working on the wage equity issues, breaking down those barriers, working with businesses, creating a toolkit so that businesses understand, A, how they identify the fact that pay equity does exist, that women are being tracked into lower paying jobs, that it is the professionals and the HR people's job to make sure that in their organization we don't have inequity. So again, women end up in greater debt because of the wage inequity issues that they confront. So if you have 2 kids coming out of college, one's a female, one's a male, the male is going to advance more in paying down his debt because of the wage problems. So I believe in synthesizing all of these things, and that's why we created the office that we did. And we are rolling out our programs. Seed Mass shows that kids are 7 times more likely to go to college, which in Massachusetts results in a job. That's what the longitudinal data shows. So the reason why we're doing that is to create an environment where kids in Massachusetts learn the financial skills they need, they don't and their families don't encumber themselves with unnecessary debt. They know how to manage that, and they get the education either from a vocational or technical training program or from college that results in a good paying job. Together with that, we are mentoring young girls to stay the course into fields that will result in higher paying jobs. But they need that kind of support to stick with it and persevere.
And I would add in just there is that we need to also tell our young people coming out of college and university with the loans that you need to call the debt folks, right? You need to call the student loan and really to have the conversation, because I think a lot of times, you know, kids who are just graduating feel afraid, right? They're getting called, oh my goodness, I'm supposed to have a job, or I'm supposed to be, you know, I'm supposed to start paying my loan in 6 months. But you just have to call and talk to them and work out a plan, right? Because you could defer for as long as until you have a job. And I think that's important too, because we don't always say that.
Sorry,
That's
I didn't mean
critical.
to cut you off. Just want to get a couple more questions in. Yes, right here.
Everyone, my name is Wani Munoz. I work with the Chica Project, and I just have several young women that we brought today in the room up on top. And as an educator and social emotional, I'm going to changing the conversation a little bit, but as an educator and someone who works with social and emotional character building in several communities across the state, I want to kind of ask from you guys to kind of look into your teenage selves and peel the onion a little bit and think about what you would tell your younger teenage self about the importance of self-love and the discovery that it takes to find what puts fire in your belly to get to the next generation of our senators, Commonwealth leaders as a whole.
Would someone like to try to answer that?
The question.
Great question.
Okay, I'll answer. Take it. Very nice. I don't think I had any problem with self-love when I was growing up. I think that I had a pretty good ego, and I think that I was one of those people who was sort of motivated to be a leader. I mean, when I was in 4th grade, you know, I was writing the screenplays, or you know, for the Charlie Brown Christmas. I was Charlie Brown, and you know, in Catholic school. My daughter, however, and Carolyn Casey is over here. Governor Patrick created this program called Project 351. My daughter, whose father was in the legislature, I'm in the legislature, she has like multi-generational family who've been in politics, is pretty shy. But what Project 351 does is it brings out what they call the quiet leaders. And it gives them the leadership skills. And that's one of the things I think is really important, is that not everyone has that sort of innate ego and sense of self, or frankly, when I was younger, bossiness. Which sometimes is a bad word, but learning how to negotiate leadership in different ways. Leadership means a lot of things. I forget which one of the senators said it. You don't have to be a United States senator to be a leader, but learning leadership skills are especially important for young girls and young women, and there are many places like Project 351 in your project where you can learn that, and it is learnable. And you may think, I can never do that. You can.
Thank you.
And I
Thank
will
you,
say,
Jen. I'm going to get another question. I'm sorry. I'm just going to move this a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay, say that, but I'm going to answer that question too, but go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you. My name's Allison Leary, and I'm an elected official in the city of Newton, where we just changed our name from the Board of Aldermen to City Council to make it more gender neutral. And as I'm I'm listening here, and we're struggling with some of all the subject that you've touched on, but particularly housing. And I want to just make that connection between transportation and housing, which we are struggling with in Newton, to get attainable, affordable housing, and how difficult that is to get through. But when we have 3 commuter rail stations that are inaccessible and inadequate bus service, I see at the state level we're cutting service and raising fares. I want to see. Not only that, the transportation sector is 1/3 of our greenhouse gases. We have to get people out of driving around by themselves and giving them alternatives to single-use vehicles, including excellent public transportation, because we are a world-class city. And I'd like to know if you have some ideas about how we can actually get there. We need to offer people transportation if we're going to build denser housing. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Transportation certainly is a big issue in our Commonwealth. Anyone who lived through last winter might attest to that. Does someone want to answer that
Really quick,
briefly?
in terms of Newton, you had an opportunity, no doubt, to create housing that's affordable, about 7 units or so. Obviously, that did not take place. So it's how is it, even though there is commuter, right? There is some access around transportation in Newton. So how do we help our communities? 351 cities and towns, there was only 7 affordable units at the old fire station, but Newton did not support that going forward. So we need everyone to take place and do their part. I will say in terms of infrastructure, that is something we deal with every day. On the federal level, we used to have the hour grants to do federal infrastructure grants that came in to do our roads and our bridges. There is a plan in place because there are still roads and bridges that need a lot of work because for 30 years we did nothing. We did not do maintenance on it. So we have to play our role as the legislature, but working with the Baker administration, who has also focused on infrastructure, as Governor Patrick did previously, is to say this is something we need to do because we know focusing on infrastructure creates jobs. We put people to work right in our Commonwealth. But we need the dialogue to happen with all of our electeds, that we can't just wait for infrastructure and transportation to come. We need housing that's affordable for everyone in the Commonwealth. So Boston is not shouldering everyone coming to the city, which we welcome everyone. Back to Chica Project and Chica Program. I just got to say this.
Yeah.
You know, thank you for being here. And thank you for the young women. It is so important because the work that's being done, and I know Chica was started by Nunes, who's doing amazing work, focusing on young Latina women in our city and our state. And so we are in 2016, okay? 2016, and there are issues that you're facing, right, that I did not face as a kid, right? And I think this program is important because you're doing the social, emotional piece, but it's about loving yourself. And I can tell you as a first-generation American, you know, my parents taught me about, you know, helping others and being supportive of family, and we're all in it as a unit. But that's not every family. So if we don't have that support at home, what is the mechanism to give that support, like the Chica program, but also the resources we need to put in our schools? I will say another piece that was an impact for me was my church. So I'm Catholic, and I had a church youth group, and we had a lot of young people. You know, we would hang out as a group. It's like 15, 16-year-olds. We would just go out together. You know, we would do things together. But it wasn't necessarily about hooking up and dating, right? It was more like doing projects and working on ourselves and talking about issues that you may not be able to talk at home. So I'll just say this, 2016, different time, different issues. You are being, you know, kids are being bullied online. We talk about technology. Technology is positive, but there's also a negative part to technology. And I want to recognize our Senate President, Therese Murray, first woman Senate President in Massachusetts, for the work that was done on bullying in the legislature, passing anti-bullying legislation to say this is wrong, and how do we hold our schools accountable to make sure if a kid is being bullied that the principals and the teachers are doing
Senator,
their
I'm
part.
gonna have to-
And I will stop right now, so thank you all.
Okay.
One thing.
You
What I
30
wanna-
seconds, Ms. Goldberg.
30 seconds. Elect more women into office, and we will show and mentor young girls on self-love and self-realization. That's how we'll get it done.
Are you good? Are you good, Representative Royal? You're good. You're good also. Well, I want a big round of applause again for all of these panelists. It's no easy feat to try to lead a discussion about all the problems with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in 1 hour, but you guys did a very good job in trying to put perspective on the things that are on people's minds, so thank you. And at this point, we're going to break for lunch, and someone, before you go, let me tell you what time to be back. Someone needs to tell me. Anybody running the show here? 1:30. 1:30. Please return by 1:30 in your seats. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Once again, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Hello and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and more importantly, I hope you had a chance to meet some new people and share some thoughts, some ideas that perhaps inspired by what you heard this morning. It was quite a interesting, to say the least, a couple of panels that we heard from this morning. We conclude this afternoon by turning our attention, going from the United States government to the state government of Massachusetts, and now this afternoon to the city of Boston. And those of you who live in the city, as I do, you've got to be very proud of this place. It's just incredible where we have come from so many years ago for me, not so many for some of you young people. The city has just grown and grown and grown, and I think in a good way, but with growing comes growing pains, as any mother would know, with children. We're seeing more people come into the city, more businesses. We're not just saying, okay, Silicon Valley, you can have all our MIT, Harvard, other school graduates. We'd like to keep them here. More and more are staying. More and more baby boomers are selling the homes out in the suburbs or wherever and moving into the city. We have young technical workers, pharmaceutical workers all coming in here, which present then situations with housing and education. And who better to speak to all of this than the panel that you see before you. Let me introduce to you Ayanna Presley, who in 2009 became the first woman of color elected to serve in the council's 100-year history. That seems amazing in itself. Councilor Presley founded and chairs the council's Committee on Healthy Women, Families, and Communities, and she told me that's why she got into this business in the first place, so she has lots to tell us. The newest addition to the council is Andrea Joy Campbell, representing District 4. And you are running for what now? Born and educated in the city of Boston and educated in Boston's public schools, Andrea remained in Boston where she began her law career. Also, please welcome Michelle Wu, the first Asian American woman. She is the first Asian American woman to serve on the council. She was elected president of the council unanimously this past January, becoming the first woman of color to hold that role. And though it's perhaps a bit later in the day than you might read her Politico Massachusetts playbook, please join me in welcoming Lauren Dzerzhinsky. And with that, Lauren, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Well, everyone, welcome. Thank you so much. And so I think the best part about this panel and looking at the women here is something that another city councilor has said, in that all politics are local. So I think we can kind of use that to kind of focus our discussion to a certain extent. But before we talk about being in office, let's talk about running for office and your decision to run for office. Obviously, you're all women. Also, obviously, you're all women of color. So, to what extent was your decision to run for office? What did that look like? What were the considerations that you made that perhaps other women who are also looking to run for office can bear in mind? Councilor. Yeah.
Well, I have to first give a shout out to Anissa Asabi George, who also is the fourth woman on the council, who isn't here. One, because we were elected together, and so we tag team a lot of things. So I just wanted to give her a shout out. So for me, it was, I had to be asked a few times. I participated in a program called Emerge. Some of my Emerge sisters are here, but for me it was a real spiritual journey. I had been working as an attorney for Governor Patrick. When I left that administration, I was truly in this space of what is next, and rather than jump into the next professional sort of opportunity, I prayed. I am confident in saying that I'm a praying woman, and so that informed my choice, and it really was a few people. One was my older brother, who got out of prison after serving almost 10 years, who said to me, "Sis, what are you doing with your life?" And of course I was shocked, because I thought, you're asking me what I'm doing with my life, and you just got out of prison. But for him it was, you could make a real difference in your community. You have a powerful story to share. And so when I started thinking about what was holding me back from running, it really was this fear that I either wasn't qualified, I wasn't competent enough, I wasn't connected enough, and it was some of my sisters, and I'll mention one, Winelia Rivera, who was my committee chair. I worked with her at Governor Patrick's office, who said, don't let who's in the seat hold you back, go for it. So it was women encouraging me to go for it, and my family. And so I took the leap of faith, not waiting, and I think we need to encourage people, don't wait, go for it.
Absolutely. Councilor Presley, you agree?
So, very similar, I love saying Councilor Campbell to Councilor Campbell. So I was, encouraged, recruited, drafted to run, and was my own cliche. I had spent the last decade of my life, while also an aide to a senator, serving as a founding board member of Emerge Massachusetts, also serving on the board of Mass Women's Political Caucus, shout out. But I was my own cliche. I didn't think that I was qualified, didn't think that I was ready. And I've often, felt that as women, we often don't operate with the same sense of entitlement as our male counterparts. And I think that we've allowed that word entitlement to be negatively co-opted, but it shouldn't be. You should feel entitled to an equity and opportunity to contribute, to have your perspective considered and your voice heard. And so ultimately, I said yes because I had been an aide for some 16 years, 4 of those to former Congressman Joseph P. Kennedy II, 11 of those to United States Senator John Kerry. And I said yes because I decided that my running for office would be an extension, really, of service. So in that sense, I was already qualified. And then finally, the biggest sort of motivation for me is my heart's work and my ministry and that of girls. And so it feels weird to call it even a platform. It's much more an extension of my values. But I ran on a platform to save girls. Girls that I felt didn't even know that they needed saving. But I know and I believe and have experienced that broken girls grow up to be broken women. And I wanted to bring that unique lens and strength of advocacy to government.
Wonderful. Madam President, what about you?
Well, I don't think I was ever asked to run for office by anyone until I hadn't thought about politics until much later in my life. And in fact, growing up, it didn't even cross my mind that that was a potential career option. I'm the daughter of immigrants, and my parents never discussed politics with us. I never met anyone who was in government, didn't see anyone who looked like me. And I say all the time, in fact, that people kept recruiting me to try to become a figure skater because Michelle Kwan was such a famous Asian American woman back in the day. And that's the power of role models and examples. And so I just never thought about that. It wasn't until I had graduated college and all of a sudden found myself at the age of 22 going from someone who had never thought about government to dealing with government all the time when my mom became sick with mental illness. And I was raising my 2 younger sisters, running a family business, dealing with her treatment, and had to deal with government a whole lot then, and most of the time, very, very frustrating to jump through all those hoops. So I gained this consciousness that government really matters in all of the ways that matter most to families, and then made the jump from wanting to do something there to make life easier for families going through similar hardships, jumping from there to the political side, after working on my former professor's U.S. Senate campaign and helping Elizabeth Warren stump around Massachusetts, and seeing that when you have not only good ideas, but the desire to include more people in the political process, that's how you get real change. So I announced my run for office after her successful campaign, and honestly, if I had listened to most of the people that I sat and met with when I was considering it, I wouldn't have done it. Really? I was too young. I was told I was too Asian, too female, and most of all, too not born in Boston. So it was a time in my life where I felt like this was a calling, and I wanted to draw attention to the ideas and the struggles of real people, and was very lucky that it worked out. But I'm happy that this panel is here because you've heard from all the other levels of government, but this is the one that really matters. Obviously we're biased, but I'm just putting that out there.
Oh yeah, do you you want to add something? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, we all come from different walks of life and are bringing, our own experience formed by our life experiences, professional and otherwise, mostly personally. I mean, really our personal stories are really what have shaped and informed the issues we care about, how we govern. But this very easily could not have happened. All the recruiting and all the drafting in the world, I just wanted to highlight that very often we talk about fundraising being a barrier for women, but that's once you've decided to be a candidate. Okay. I and many other women, and it's sort of a dirty little secret that doesn't get talked about, I cashed out my 401k to run for office. I mean, I left a job. I had been in government for 16 years, and so we are really clamoring for a diversity of narrative in government, a diversity of female narrative. We want to hear from more mature women. We talk a lot about young people and millennials, but we want to hear from more mature women. We want to hear from millennials. We want to hear from queer women. We want to hear from Black women, Asian women, Latino women, indigenous women, right? But the reality is that, so in my life, my mother was battling leukemia, which ultimately took her life. I'm an only child. I was a caregiver. I had just purchased my first home. So nothing about my life circumstance was shovel ready to be running for office. And that is the biggest barrier for most women. So it becomes this cycle where we're saying the policies don't reflect the diversity of women's experiences and what they really need. But it's because we can't get a diversity of those perspectives around the table because of these life barriers, which are very real. So, having affordable childcare, having equal pay for equal work will go a long way in making it more possible for more women to run. And that's just the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. So in talking about these barriers that prevent women, especially from running for office, I mean, what are you guys doing to help remove those barriers to make sure that more women, can run?
I can start with that. So I challenge a 32-year incumbent, and I like that Councillor Wu. Thank you. I like that Councillor Wu talked about, when you personally decide that you're going to run, it does not automatically mean that you're going to sit down with people who agree with you. And so there are a lot of people who said, I think you should wait your turn. I challenged someone who was a person of color. There are people who said to me, Black people shouldn't run against Black people. There were some people who said, what have you done in your community? Even though I was from Boston, there were others who pushed back. And, well, are you really from Boston? So there was a lot of ugliness that came at me. But I think once you make that decision personally for yourself, I like to think that people will come to you and support you. And so there are many women in this room who supported my candidacy. And so now that I'm in this position, anytime someone reaches out to me to say, I'm thinking about running, or I am going to run, can I have a coffee with you? I say absolutely yes. I answer all the tough questions. How did you fundraise? How did you raise that money? How did you reach out? I share, can I look at your list? So it's really sitting down and actually being available. 2 a.m. in the morning, a candidate calling me and saying, I had a really tough day, being a listening ear. It's really important that we support one another and that once we get to these spaces, we don't forget how hard it was to get here.
Absolutely.
I would add that all three of us are also working on policies and and Councillor Sabi George as well, really pushing to make sure that there are opportunities available. I mean, Councillor Presley, I hope you go into, it's not even possible to talk about all of the things that she's done advocating for women and girls in her time on the council. My small contribution to that last term, helping to shepherd through paid parental leave at the City of Boston, which I hope will not only make it more possible, more financially possible for women to continue in their careers in whatever capacity they choose, but to also set the tone for other levels of government to follow. And then I would just add that I hope that in being comfortable with being a visible example of how messy life is, that is making it more okay for women to think about it too. I have a 15-month-old, and I am not shy about talking about how tricky it is to balance everything, the way that our society makes it very, very difficult for new moms and new dads to be a good parent and to be a good employee or a good boss. So I have led city council meetings with spit up or mashed banana on my jacket very proudly. I have my son with me from time to time. I've breastfed him on the council floor and gotten some pushback for that, but until we have more examples of how difficult it is to do this, that's how we generate momentum for actually changing the policies.
Absolutely.
Just also, so two quick things on the narrative side that I think are barriers as well that are uncomfortable to talk about, but you know, I can't pretend. I'm not extraordinary. There is a reason why I'm the first woman of color elected. A lot of it was timing and the readiness of an electorate that had not been for 104 years. So there were many people that spoke in code in saying, well, we're not sure that Ayanna Pressley can appeal to traditional voters. And there was a question as to whether or not a black woman could represent an entire city. So in addition to the same challenges that Michelle faced in terms of Boston being incredibly tribal, very parochial, this being an adopted home for me, there were people that were repeatedly questioning, could a black woman represent the entire city of Boston? Which was asinine and ludicrous. We had a black governor, absolutely. But the other thing on the narrative side that I wanted to say is that I find that women often discriminated against women like me who were single and unmarried and childless. And I think that that is also a narrative that we need to embrace. There were many people, just outright, people would say, well, I'm not sure you can relate to my struggles because you didn't attend Boston Public Schools, you don't have a child in Boston Public Schools, you're not married. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that we have to be more tolerant and more inclusive as women of a diversity of those narratives, and that also makes it easier, so.
Absolutely. Now, looking at your positions on the council and, the fact that really all of your candidacies and your successes are quite historic, do you think that this is the new normal for the Boston City Council, or do you think that this is an aberration?
I hope so.
Madam President.
So when I was elected in 2013, we doubled our numbers from 1 to 2, and then we doubled them this year from 2 to 4, so just saying there's still room to go. But I think there's a big disconnect between the sort of echo chamber of what people might call the grass tops or the insiders in politics and the advice that they give you as you're sitting down to run. And I remember, a lot of the discouragement that I received was well-intentioned, people wanting to see me not make a fool of myself and wanting me to be realistic about my odds, although I saw them as differently than they did. But when you actually get out there and start knocking on doors and talk to real people in Boston, it feels like there's a big disconnect. The general electorate, the residents of Boston are ready for government to reflect the public, and they're ready for new ideas. They're ready for representation from all different groups. Because it's not just about us as individuals and our own personal experiences, although I think that makes for much more impassioned and authentic leadership in office. But I think it's important that I am a woman and an Asian American and a young person and a mom, because it makes it that much easier for those groups to feel like there's someone in government that they can connect to, that they can pick up the phone and there's someone who understands and wants to champion that policy. So I think it's about us being a focal point or an amplifier for different segments of the community.
Do you have anything to add, either of you?
I think I would just say that due to popular culture and the fact that we are seeing more women elected, there has been this concentration in numbers on the council previously. It's just been a very long time since we had that. So, and I do think that voters are habitual, and so when they get in the habit of doing something, and they do feel a greater stake in government when they see themselves reflected. But it's not just about seeing yourself reflected. We have to support our elected officials and standing firmly in that identity politic You know, we are often discouraged from doing that. You know, don't just stand in being a woman or being a person of color. You know, I hear that very often. You'll stereotype yourself. You'll pigeonhole yourself. And so if we are going to vote to see a greater gender and racial parity represented in government, then we have to support people in standing firmly in however they identify. And the last thing I would say is I think there's been a big push in defining civic engagement just by voting and public service simply by running. And I don't want us to lose sight of the people behind the people that are just as important, particularly as upstart candidates when no one else thinks you're viable. You had a woman campaign manager. We need to be building that bench too. Women that know how to cut turf and write a field plan, to do messaging and communications, who know how to write policy. And so that's important too. So it's not just about the name on the ballot. We need to be building a bench of those operatives and those people behind the candidates as well that are women.
And I have to quickly add to that. So I had a woman campaign manager. I had a woman field director, Caroline, who's here today, and it's not just about the candidate. You have to have a solid team of individuals who not only support you, but are about what you're trying to get done. But I will add this. If there's anything I learned about my run for city council is that we can't wait. You know, we can't always wait to create the pipeline. We can't always wait for someone to ask. You can't always wait for someone to agree that, you know, I'm gonna run, what do you think? Yes, let's do it. You have to go for it. And the sooner we start going for it, the faster we'll get to this goal of changing the numbers in government, at the local level, at the state level, at the federal level. We need to be encouraging our young people to say, if you feel it in your spirit, if you feel it as a passion, go for it. And I don't think that we do that enough. Sometimes it really is talk about creating the pipeline. I once heard Ambassador Swanee Hunt say, screw the pipeline. I think she was saying if we wait to really do this pipeline thing, that we might not actually, it would take us years to try to get to the numbers that match our demographics in the Commonwealth. And that's a problem. I think we need to encourage women to step up when they feel it and to go for it, and then we need to rally behind them. And we need to create those teams of women who are behind the scenes and support them in doing the work, because my campaign manager had never been a campaign manager before. My field director had never been a field director before. So that talent is out there. We just have to tap into it, and we have to give opportunities to these women.
That's the hardest part. Now, one thing that I do want to note, looking out on the faces in the crowd here, it is fairly overwhelmingly female, and I want to kind of recognize that. Yeah, which is fantastic. But I think, you know, we also need to understand that, I mean, obviously we are all aware of the fact that, you know, men vote as well. And so what role do, surprise, even though isn't it overwhelming, I don't know. What role do men and male allies play in this process? Or, you know, for you as successful female candidates, are you thinking, you know what, ladies, leave your man at home, you know, we're gonna focus on this. Sorry for the Beyonce reference. Yes. But, you know, to what extent are you also looking at the role that men can play in becoming a successful female candidate? Anyone wanna, this is a jump ball here.
Well, I think with anything that you want to accomplish, you have to create a coalition. You can't do it alone. And so I have two staffers here who are men, and they're young men, Sean over here and Juwan, who are happy to be here, and they're here. And they're here, and I wanted them to be here because they support women, they support me, they supported me. They were volunteers in my campaign who blew me away. They had never worked on a campaign before. The people who helped fundraise for me were men. My partner at home is a man, and if he didn't get it, if he didn't put aside a little bit of his own aspirations and daily life to really support me, I wouldn't be here. So it takes a coalition and an effort outside of just women to do this work. My brother, if my brother didn't say to me, sis, you can do this, I wouldn't be here. So I think it's important that we think bigger. It's not just about who's in the room. We need to expand and bring more people in the room.
Absolutely. I agree. So in terms of, let's see, got some other questions in here. How are we doing on time, by the way? We're good? Cool. So in terms of women's issues, you know, if we're looking at one of the big initiatives that passed the city council, which is paid maternity leave, what would you guys say is the next big issue that you're looking at that can really benefit the women in the city of Boston?
Well, I mean, it's a little frustrating to always be categorizing issues as women's issues or not women's issues. I would say that if along those same lines of issues that are disproportionately impacting women, particularly new moms, but also I mean, our paid parental leave policy was moms and dads, all family types. But Councilor Presley's been leading on childcare as an industry, that we have to solve that piece of it. If we're now getting closer to the point where a new baby can come and we recognize that parents need time, paid time off to be with the baby, well, once they get old enough that they need some sort of childcare and early education, we have to figure out that piece and how to make that affordable as well. But I would say any of the issues that we're talking about on the council are directed towards increasing opportunities for participation, for economic opportunity, for affordable housing. When we're a city that has such a large percentage of female-headed households, everything is a women's issue, really. And so Councilor Presley and I just filed a hearing order on procurement and purchasing in the city, trying to make sure that our city dollars are intentionally being directed to create pipelines for new businesses to grow and to support Boston-based businesses owned by women and by people of color. I filed something recently on transit. Being able to get around the city is fundamental to accessing affordable housing, to accessing good jobs. But I'd say everything that we do has that lens of this needs to be a city where everybody has the opportunity to succeed.
I kind of want to piggyback off of that a little bit. Is it ever frustrating to try and approach things? I mean, as you said, in making people understand that women's issues are issues that affect everyone. I mean, especially, I think Councilor Presley, looking at it with, looking at things for women and girls, how do you get everyone to kind of be on board with this and not feel like it's just a niche issue?
Yeah. Well, I think about my first term where I was working with a broad and diverse coalition of young parents and advocates to establish a pregnant and parenting teen policy within our Boston Public Schools to strengthen those pathways to graduation. And that's because 1 in 4 girls that drops out because they are pregnant. Many of them don't know it is their right to complete their education, and we were not making it easy for them. And oftentimes when I would be talking about this issue, people would say, well, I don't have a teen daughter, why should I care? So, I would hope that if people, or what we try to do is to highlight, I want to be very intentional about building healthy communities through cultural advocacy and through policy development, that the health of the individual, the family, and the community are inextricably linked. So making that point that as much as I would like for you to support this legislation or this initiative or this policy based on moral imperative, some benevolence and getting that we're all connected, oftentimes you've got to appeal to the economic realities, and that if we don't make this investment here, this is how it will compromise and choke at the promise of us. Trauma is another issue that I work on, and people will say, well, my child hasn't been exposed to or experienced violence. I don't really get this trauma thing. But I know that it is choking at the promise of our families and our communities because it is destabilizing. And then a more specific policy issue that I would raise, just in looking at, and I think to Councilor Wu's point, we have to consider all these things holistically. And I do think, to play the gender card, one of the things that women do very well and uniquely is to look at an issue in its totality and to consider the interconnectedness and the interrelatedness of all these issues and to bring fully to bear all our experiences in addressing that. So the issue that Councilor Wu raised relative to early ed and care, that's an issue I'm working on because one of the leading informal economies in low income and communities of color are community-based early ed and care providers, which are disproportionately women. Why? Because it's the only way they can afford to stay home with their child. So how do we strengthen that professional development opportunity for them? Because it is a leading informal economy in those communities, and make sure that they have opportunities for professional development. We're trusting them with our children, and they're getting paid peanuts. But that's an issue that affects our economy, and the health of the community and the stabilization of our families. So.
And do you feel that, when you explain it that way, to other elected officials or anyone that you're trying to, in a sense, build this coalition, does that stick?
Well, it depends on how good I am at it, right? Right there, I was a little long, so it wasn't as effective as it could be. Some days you're more succinct. Brevity isn't my strong suit. I'm working on it. Some days you're more succinct. But I find, let me just say this: I ran on a platform to save girls. Okay, and there were people that said you shouldn't run for city council. That's not the job of municipal office. Gender-specific programming, yada yada. Go run a nonprofit. Okay, and they really stereotyped who would care about girls and women, and it was so affirming to have men saying, thank you for fighting for my grandmother, for my mother, for my sister, for my daughter. So we can't stereotype neighborhoods, we can't stereotype issues, and I find that they are receptive. For a little bit of time, I was alone on the council, and my male colleagues I found were very receptive of the issues that I was championing in this agenda. The reason the issues had never been addressed before is because there was a lack of perspective. It wasn't malice. It was just a lack of perspective.
I'll add this really quickly. One thing I think that's great about the council is that we can have an impact outside of the council. So obviously we have equal pay going on in the State House. And so what we can do and have been doing is mobilizing people within our communities who overlap with our reps in those districts to say, let me tell you about the equal pay bill. So just pulling them in and connecting them to things, not just things that are happening at the council, but things that are happening at the state level, at the federal level, involving issues related to women. But I would also say sometimes it depends on your perspective. I chair public safety and criminal justice, and if you ask people that I talk to now that I'm only in month 3, so I'm having these conversations almost like a lot of informational meetings with people at the State House, you name it, community-based organizations, and sometimes from their perspective it's, what about incarcerated women? So getting people to care about women's issues in a broader way from different perspectives is also equally important.
Very good. And just kind of to broaden this out a little bit, looking at supporting other women, particularly other women running for office. I know what you all are supporting Hillary Clinton for president, correct? Yes. To what extent did her gender play a role in your decision to support her? Jump ball.
So for me, it's the piece that comes in on the back end to make me angry, and I'll back up and explain what I mean by that. As a millennial, as someone who sees many in my generation, as the news media has been characterizing it, so supporting Bernie Sanders because of the vision and the big ideas, I did struggle, and the Sanders campaign's message does resonate with me deeply. However, I know from my time in government that there's a difference between being able to talk about big lofty ideas and getting things done. And I just think if we look at Hillary Clinton's resume, there's no person that has potentially ever been as qualified to run for president as someone who has done policy within the White House, who has served in the United States Senate, has been a cabinet member, has represented the United States abroad. If she were not a woman, I just think if she were a man, we wouldn't even be questioning anything about what she's doing. So I find myself standing with her because she has the track record, she has the vision, she has the ability to actually make change in the White House, and it's just icing on the cake to know that we'll have the first woman president. You guys agree?
I agree. I'm not supporting Hillary simply because she's a woman. That's probably the last thing at the bottom of the list. It's like a plus. I'm supporting her because I believe that she knows how to get things done. It's one thing to have these great ideas, and I agree with Councillor Wu that Bernie's message has resonated with me. My household is split. My fiance is originally from Vermont, so he is feeling the burn. But that being said, when it's one thing to rally people, and I think about this in the context of District 4. There are 70,000 people that live in District 4, only about 10,000 come out to vote. In order to change the world, to change policies, we need to mobilize these people. It's one thing to mobilize them and get, say, 50,000 of them down at the City Council. It's another thing to say, why are you here? And if we're here to do X, Y, and Z, how are we going to do it? And I think she speaks to the how piece with specifics that I think is missing from the other candidate.
I mean, I would just say it is not lost on me that my 7-year-old stepdaughter in her lifetime will see an African American president, and if I have anything to do with it, the first female president of the United States of America. That is very powerful. And, you know, I'll just say I'm supporting her because I do believe she has an understanding of what I was alluding to earlier, the interconnectedness of things, you know, the disparities and injustices and inequities along social lines, cultural lines, political lines. And I want someone that is governing with that sort of holistic approach when it comes to policy. And so I believe in her vision. I believe in her plan to support that vision. You know, it's very powerful to me and matters that she has been a fighter for women and girls worldwide, not just her political career, but her entire life. The fact that she wants to treat human trafficking as a criminal justice issue and named that. The fact that when she speaks about the school to prison pipeline, she didn't only name boys, she talked about girls and the push out policies that Black and brown girls are disproportionately experiencing, re-entry, the same thing. And then finally, I'll just say, you know, I'm gonna support who I think sees me, and I believe she sees me, and not just someone committed to mitigating the pain in my community because of disparities and inequities and injustices along all those lines previously cited, but also that sees the promise of my community. You know, I don't want someone that only sees my community in crisis. I want someone that sees that I'm wearing a crown too. So, you know, I tweeted this earlier, you know, at like 5 in the morning because I was really worked up about it. You know, I'm gonna support who sees me. And, you know, at the end of the day, for me, being Black and being a woman is not a burden. You know, the burden is when you have a political discourse and a world that only sees you as a Black woman through a monolithic viewpoint. And that's what we have got to address to challenge the climate and the culture to not address any of us as a monolith. Millennials, LGBT, African Americans, we are letting folks off the hook. I want you to address the totality of me. You don't get to say, well, you're a woman, I support reproductive freedom, are you good? Okay, well, you're Black, and I'm gonna end mass incarceration, are you okay? Okay, you're Latina, I'm committed to immigration reform. Okay, gay folks, you have marriage equality, are you okay? I want someone that is going to address the totality of me in all of my beauty and all of my complexities, and that's what I want in a president.
And you believe it so much that you tore your ACL while campaigning for
People
Hillary
think
Clinton
that's
in South
a
Carolina
punchline, but
recently.
that's just the truth. But yes, we can talk about the toll that this work that we love takes on our bodies. I'm the oldest one up here. I'm 42 and holding, okay? And you know, this work is very hard on the body. So yes, I have 2 bad knees. Thank you, democracy. Yeah, so
You are in it. You are physically in it for Hillary
absolutely.
Clinton. All right, I think it is time for audience questions. Someone has a mic, and I was told to also look up to you guys up there.
Oh, yeah.
You? Yeah? She has an arm up.
Maurice St. Fleur.
There's a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Courtney. I am an intern with the Massachusetts Women's Political Caucus. And you guys and you guys kind of touched on the subject, but recently, Gloria Steinem, who's a very famous feminist, recently said that it is, as a woman, their duty to vote for Hillary Clinton, obviously, and a lot of feminists of newer generations were kind of upset by that because they felt that that went against everything that feminism believes in. So do you obviously, all of you, don't believe to vote solely on gender, but a lot of people do. The debate has come up that do you believe that that women should vote for women just for the sake of being progressive within U.S. government, or based off of what their policies really believe in?
Well, I can quickly say, I didn't want someone to vote for me just because I was a woman. I didn't want someone to vote for me just because I was Black. I wanted people to vote for me because they believe in what I was going to try to accomplish on the city council. And I think it's important that you know what that person's going to do when they get there. They can be a woman and not support reproductive rights. They can be a woman and not support things that you believe in. They can be a person of color and not support getting rid of mandatory minimums and stuff like that. So it's important that you pay attention to the details, the fine print, so you know what you're getting. And being informed. You have to be an informed voter, and that's what I'm constantly talking about, the importance of being informed when you make your choice.
You know, it is a tension, though, and I think it's a great question because the act of choosing someone to support is so personal, right? Even if it's someone that you haven't met or may never meet, you are throwing your lot in for someone because you believe in them to some extent. And so that has to be a decision that you are comfortable with along the many criteria that go into that. And I know that when I see, so for example, there's this new TV show, Fresh Off the Boat, right, which has Asian Americans starring in it, and I just get so excited. I don't know the actors, but for me, seeing Asian Americans out there is something that really, Jeremy Lin, same thing, right? I found myself trying not to cheer against the Celtics when he was playing in Boston, but there are pieces that move you for whatever reason, and you need to feel, I think it's our job as elected officials and as candidates to make that connection based on policy and based on ideas and issues and what you're going to do in office. At the same time, a lot of people are too busy these days to tune in and fully check out what a candidate stands for and what they've done and how they voted in the past. And people will vote based on some aspect of identity because they're taking that as a proxy for shared experience. That because you are a woman, you understand what I've struggled with as a woman or my potential as a woman. Because you are Asian American, we have some sense of having a shared mission or goals or values. Now, that isn't always the case, and so it falls to voters to do your homework. But there is this constant tension because you want to feel excited about politics, and you can get excited about any number of dimensions. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Can anyone hear me? I think it's really coming to hit home now. I work with people, a lot of women as a career coach in their mid-20s, early 30s, and this is when the kind of childcare issue really comes to hit home. And when we think about being inclusive of women in the political process in all levels of leadership, this seems to be one of the biggest barriers. Even, for example, today there's a woman who absolutely should be here, has a young son, couldn't make it because she couldn't find childcare. And I'd just love to hear more about the initiatives you guys are working on and how we can support those to moving towards a place where we value raising children as a society even before we're at that place ourselves.
Well, where's Megan Costello? Right there? Okay. So Megan's really the person who should be answering this on behalf of the city because in her role leading the Mayor's Office of Women's Advancement, we have had so many conversations about this exact problem. When you have daycare that is just as expensive as college tuition or a mortgage, you're really asking women to think very hard about whether you go back to work or not, regardless of what you want to do. When you're putting in time at the office just to make enough money to pay for childcare, it really, really burdens a woman's career. So I had filed this last year, well, I'm going to file it again, around making sure that the City of Boston is doing all we can to look at on-site childcare in any new office building that's built. We are very lucky in that, or I'm very lucky in that City Hall daycare has been on-site at City Hall for 27 years. And so we have an incredibly quality, incredibly warm environment right on the 4th floor in City Hall. I come to work with my son, I drop him off, and if I can rearrange my schedule so that he can come out early at the end of the day, I can drop in and see him, pick him up. And it is just, especially in the early days when I was worrying about would he be hungry? Is he fussy? Knowing that they're right there in the building makes all the difference in the world. So every employee should have access to that in a perfect world, and every employer, every building owner should be asked to think very hard about that. And we have requirements in place right now around new buildings and how much should be set aside for childcare. There's all this work that needs to be done on supporting childcare in home settings, because that's how we get at the affordability piece as well, while we're waiting for state and federal government to offer more funding. But increasing the supply of quality childcare is very important as well. Can Megan say something, Lauren?
Oh yeah, please. Someone get her a mic.
Is that we have to think about this in a holistic way. Government has a role to play here that's very significant and very important, but we also have to be talking to individual women, individual child care providers, and employers as well, because this is not just about what's the right thing to do. This is good for the bottom line for every company, and it's good for the economy as a whole. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Yeah, I can't say enough about that, government benefits when, as policymakers, we are accessible and actively listening to the people we represent. We say that all the time, that that's where our best ideas come from. I know there are some employers that actually provide both childcare and adult daycare, because that is the reality of our lives. Many of us are caregivers. And so, how do we have policies that are holistic and intentional about supporting, our complicated lives, people in the dawn, the prime, and the twilight of their lives. Many of us are, caring for young children while also caring for an aging parent. So, there are now employers where you can drop off both your mother and also your child. So we have to be more innovative in that way as well.
Excellent. Another question.
First, I'd like to say thank you, because I did not resonate fully with this event until this last panel. So I really appreciate just being able to connect.
Oscar.
But my question is, what were some of the hurdles that you faced stepping into your roles, or making headway into what would be the positions that you hold now?
Just curious, because I think we all want to know, why did you not resonate with anything until this panel?
Not that I didn't resonate,
Right,
but
right.
that I fully resonate now.
Right.
I don't know. I think just being a young Black woman, it's encouraging to see, forerunners and women who stand up and create the platform for us. I did not consider public office until now. I mean, I was having the people were encouraging me during lunch when they asked me some questions, and I got loud, as I tend to do, and they said, "Oh, you should really," and I said, not for me. But now, seeing your faces and hearing your experiences, it is encouraging. So thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Let's talk about hurdles.
So, I'll start since I'm in month 3, and we talked about this a little bit. There's no manual when you step into the council about how you do things and when you do things. So it is sometimes a little daunting to walk in and say, now you're in the business of now governing, and what that looks like is not always easy. But I will say what's most exciting about right now is we have a blank slate that we can build anything on top of. So I see nothing but the possibilities. And when I look at it from that perspective, I feel more empowered, I feel more confident that we can do so much more for the people of District 4. And I will say it's great to have not only these two awesome women, but Anissa, who joined the council with me. We sometimes bounce ideas off of each other. We both joined together. We have formed a friendship, have formed a relationship, not just through the campaign, but as we come into office. And so I say it's all about your perspective, rather than look at it as a detriment when there is no manual and there is no way of doing things. that you can actually do whatever you like. And so what's great about that is you can start creating new ways of doing things. You can respond the way you want to respond. You can bring your gut and what you feel in every single choice, and that's exciting. And I think we need more women to do things like that.
I completely agree. I think it's about the hurdle being not being captured by the way that things have always happened and feeling like you have to do things that same way. Also, if you don't know Judith Garcia, who's sitting right there with Chelsea, City Councilor, you need to get to know her and make sure she's helping you run for office as well. You guys should talk. It's very easy when you come into an institution, government, that is governed by tradition and many years of history, especially as a young person and someone who maybe looks different from those many years of history, to listen to the advice that everyone's giving you based on how things have always happened, and then get stuck in that same rut. I'll just give one small example of how the committee assignments were allocated this year. The council presidency is a very interesting process of negotiations and asking people for their vote, and often I hear the way that it's been done is with a lot of pressure, a lot of backdoor conversations, and essentially saying, if you sign up to vote for me, I'm going to help you get the committee that you want to get. That leads to a process where people aren't making decisions in their own best interest. There's a lot of time crunch associated with it. And so this year, regardless of how people were voting, I made the list of committees, handed it out to everyone, asked people to please fill out from 1 to 16, what's your rank preference for what you want to serve on, and then just threw all the data in a spreadsheet and made the decisions that way. And it was so clear when you have the data that certain people care more about certain issues, and we could end up with a committee assignment list that was more reflective of people's interests, their motivations, and what they wanted to get done in office. And I had all sorts of people telling me at the time, you better not do that. You better not pass this out. You better not make this list public. Who knows what will happen with the media gets at this and that. And at a certain level, you have to just be comfortable with your own decision of when you step up to lead, how you lead, and don't be afraid to define leadership differently. I'm not tall, I'm not loud. I grew up as a very shy young girl, and I have had to accept the fact that in many rooms that I walk into, I'm still mistaken for a staffer of someone else, some other elected official. And you take every assumption, every stereotype, and you can flip it the other way and just be confident in what drives you in that role. And the final thing I'll say about hurdles is something I was saying to Leslie from lunch earlier, that you can't make the decision when the opportunity opens up and you're thinking about whether or not to run for office or whether or not to step up and reach for that next position of leadership. Don't make that decision based on whether you think you're fully ready for the job. You need to make that decision based on whether you think you're the best person for the job as is compared to the other people who will be stepping up if you don't. So often we see many candidates, they're often men, sorry guys who are in the room, who are raising their hands and they're ready from day one, whereas women are saying, well, I want to finish learning about all of the policy steps first. I want to make sure I have a good grasp of the entire city budget before I feel ready. Chances are you're already ready compared to the field, and you need to give yourself the benefit of the doubt in knowing that you will be able to grow in that position of leadership as well. So don't hold yourself to just your own standard, but think about what you're going to contribute and whether that's for the best of the entire community.
Anything to add? We've 1 minute left. You have a question?
I have something to add, but I want to get another question.
Oh, wait, yes.
So.
Hi, I'm Griseli. I'm from Lawrence High School. I came with the Chica Project. My question
Chica! Woo! Nuris Camargo.
My question
is,
in your opinion, how can young people create change in their cities? How can we inspire our friends to engage in a social impact?
Big question. Anyone take this?
I was going to give you the last word.
No, I don't want to have the last word. I mean, you're doing it by being here. So, I mean, and by being a part of Chica. I mean, I think, each one teach one. However you're empowered and whatever you learn, please do pass it on. Don't monopolize it. I think we have seen young people for generations since the beginning of time usher in and lead every movement in this country. Change has happened because of the input, the influence, and the sweat equity of many a young person. So what I would say is there is not an eligibility age to be an activist, and you shouldn't ask permission. And one of the reasons why I know we're all very passionate about the need for there to be civics and leadership opportunities in school. I mean, let me just say, I tested gifted, but you wouldn't have known by my grades. I had a lot of drama going on in my life and trauma that was a barrier to my learning. My grades never reflected my aptitude. If there had not been civics and leadership opportunities, I ran for class president in 7th grade and maintained that position until 12th grade. No one beat me. And, but honestly, it set me on a path. I wasn't someone that excelled, in science, in history. I excelled in the humanities, but, I think don't wait until you're 18. That opportunity to civically engage and to participate is all around you all the time in micro, small ways, and in macro, major ways. And then the final thing I would say is to make sure that your activism goes beyond a retweet or a like. I think, social media, it's an incredible platform. Someday we should have a conversation just about the influence of social media in politics and what that impact has been. I have a lot to say about that. The reason why I was up at 5 o'clock in the morning is because I can't stop responding to Twitter trolls, so I need to work on that. That's the toughest part of this work, is to not take it personally. It's very hard because it's all personal, why we do this, right? So to take your activism beyond social media, I mean, it's an empowering and incredible platform, but don't think you've done your benevolent act for the day, that you've done your activist act for the day simply because you like something or retweet it. Take it to the streets. And the ballot box.
Yeah.
And the ballot box.
Vote. Register to vote. Excellent. Well, I think that is all the time we have. Thank you so much, counselors. This was wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Good job. Thank you. You found me. I know. Can we stay a year ago? It was weird. You found me.
Well, you ladies are quite an inspiration, and if you young folks were looking for a how-to to move forward, to follow your desires, you sure did have a panel of phenomenal teachers.
And a great moderator. Lauren!
And Michelle, good for you to stand up and take the risk and say, this is a crazy way to do business, appointing people this way. Let's do it, put the best person in the job who really wants to be there. That took a risk, and good for you for having done that. I think all of the panelists today, those of you who've been here since early this morning, have, as I have, been rewarded with a lot of information. And I take away something that I hope you do as well, that we Americans are Americans first, before we're women and white and black and Hispanic and whatever. And that we are, for this country to move forward, and we are in a crisis in so many ways, that we need to think of the totality of our country. That means government people, that means community organizations, that means business. A quick story to share with you on the issue that so many of you who have brought up, and way back at 9 this morning, I said that back in the 60s, someone like me couldn't even get an interview to get a job because employers were worried that once we had a baby, we'd quit. The issue of being women and mothers and career people remains. We are still the mothers. There is one of the great privileges of having lived the life I lived as a reporter is you get to meet so many people and be introduced to so many ideas. I'm going to just share one with you that relates to what seems to be the big concern in this room right now about working as a mother. I love to search for companies or people or institutions that have ideas that work. And back in the day in television, we could do those kind of stories. So I found a company, J&J, Johnson & Johnson, who's headquartered in New Jersey, I believe, at the time. And J&J instituted a family program within their headquarters. They had a gym, including a track. They had a child care center. They had a medical clinic. Within that clinic, they had anti-smoking programs, drug programs, and so forth. And they had a cafeteria that was proportioned. Here, if you only wanted to eat vegetables and so forth, it was over here. They didn't serve things that were bad for you, but it wasn't all green, if you will. So they gave you a choice. And what J&J found, because everything costs money. You have to look at the bottom line, no matter what part of the world you're in. What J&J found was their bottom line improved because A, their recidivism rate decreased dramatically. It's been too long for me to tell you the exact percentage. They found that sick days decreased dramatically because, as you were saying, someone was talking about your child being in the same room at City Hall. Michelle, a woman feels comfortable to know, geez, I'm nearby. I lived 1.5 miles from my home, so I was nearby if there was a crisis, if I had to get back. So J&J kept their program going. Well, I thought, what more? What more does anybody need, you know? So I put this program on the air thinking, and called all kinds of companies in and around Boston, went to my own bosses and said, look at this. You know, we could emulate this and you'll make more money and people will be happier and they won't be sick and they'll be comfortable being moms with their kids nearby and they'll quit smoking and yada, yada. Well, I wish I could stand here and tell you that the whole world followed the J&J example, despite the reporting that we did on it, but they didn't. There were a few companies at the time, this was in the 80s, here in Boston, smaller companies that did that to some extent. But I'm thinking that you women, who are in positions of promulgating ideas, and you share time with people in business as well as government and community agencies, maybe push that idea. Because the government can't pay for everything. You know, you run out of working people to pay for it all. That's where the money comes from. So the more we can incorporate our whole society into our effort as Americans first, the better off we will all be. And I take that from this morning and this afternoon session. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've enjoyed the panelists. And to conclude our program and say adieu, please welcome Dr. Jean McCormick, who runs this institution.
Well, I have the great joy of being able to say thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you to Celia Richa, who's sitting in the front row, and Kelly Bovio is in the back, who do the work to put this program together. But they're inspired by our community partners. We're thrilled that our host committee agreed to work with us on this, people who have for a long time been committed to these issues. But it's so consistent with our mission here. What the senator hoped for is this would be a place where people would find their voice by pretending to be a senator, but really touching into the power that we all have as Americans. So I wanted to end with a quote that comes from a speech he gave when he endorsed President Obama in 2008. But I think it is about the message Natalie just gave as well. If we dare to set our course for the shores of hope, we together will go beyond the divisions of the past and be able to find a place to make the America of the future. Women's leadership is part of the America of the future. Thank you all for being here today.